Hey guys, welcome to our coverage of the FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. We have a really exciting day of chess for you with Harika Dronavali from India facing off against Corey Daisy from Peru. I'm joined by Dina Belankaya. Welcome, Dina.
Hi, Irina. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be yet again here back to Women's Speed Chess Championship. Today is indeed a very exciting day. And not only I'm joining wonderful Grandmaster in a crush, but I'm also in a great company of one of the candidates 2022. My boy, Fabiano Carana, has been traveling with me from Madrid and is now going to be covering Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Yeah, I really hope that that painting, that drawing comes to life and gives us some good moves during the show, Dina.
And so do I. And most importantly, I hope that Fabi will bring laugh and luck, everything to our players, because today is a very, very tense match. And we have seen that throughout all the events. Speaking of, the latest match between Nana Zagnidze and Irina, remind me, that was a super tense
Nana and
match.
Humpy just yesterday. Yeah, that was an amazing nail-biting match that was really close the whole way. And Humpy came back from trailing to actually beat Nana convincingly in the bullet portion, surprising everyone. So today we have Corey Daisy from Peru against Harika Dronavali, who reached last year's Speed Chess Championship finals. Let's take a look at their percentages. We got, this is based on their chess.com games. So they've actually played a similar amount on chess.com. Very similar accuracy level and lost by flag. So look at that, Harika, 4%. That's where she significantly looks better than Daisy because she loses a very small amount of her games by time. Yes, well, she's known as a good blitz player. We will see. Let's take a look at the Smarter Chess Stats by chessgoals.com.
Well, that was a very big difference. I'm so impressed. Do you think we will see some dirty flags from Harika today versus Corey?
Yeah, I think so. If those predictions are correct, yeah.
Yeah. So here we have all the stats, all the ratings, including all the different time controls. And today, as usual, we'll have +1, +5+1, 3+1, and 1+1 version.
Yeah, I mean, so Smarter Chess Stats tells us that Harika is a bit of a favorite in this match. She's expected to win by 3 points with a 71% probability. And interestingly, they're evenly matched in the bullet, but she has some advantages in the 5-minute and 3-minute. That makes sense to me. I mean, I definitely see Harika is a favorite in this match because she is a good blitz player, and she's also just a very good classical player in classical chess, time controls with over 2,500 rating for a long time already. So you know, that's probably about a 100-point advantage over Daisy Corey. But Daisy is also a good blitz player, so I do think that this match is going to be competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I mean, Harika is just a grandmaster, so like the full sense of that title. But you know, I think the difference between these two players is way lower when it comes to online chess, which we're gonna see today.
Yeah, I mean, I actually took a look at the record of these players. They don't have a lot of experience against each other. I mean, I was kind of expecting to see more games, but I guess it makes some sense. They're from very different parts of the world. And, you know, Daisy doesn't really play in the kinds of tournaments, you know, that Harika is playing in, like all these top tournaments for women. So they've only played a couple of games, a couple of blitz games in their life 10 years ago, right? So it's not a big record there. One win by Harika, another game was a draw. Yeah, so that's their record between each other. And in terms of the openings, I really find it hard to predict. It seems like they're both D4 players, Dina.
Yeah, it's kind of usually when you see playing those players playing online, they kind of try to change their repertoire from what they play usually over the board, and it also makes sense. But here it's kind of an important tournament as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some very high level preparation, especially from Harika, you know, a member of Indian national team. I mean, they both are members of national teams, so I'm curious if they're gonna play Olympiads. I mean, I'm sure Corey will play Olympiads.
Actually, Harika is also playing Olympiad.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So there we go. A preparation for Olympiads. Why not? And yeah. I think we're gonna see a lot of exciting chess today for sure. And some, as we said, some flagging. Although here 1 second increment is actually a lot. It's a lot. It's just as 2 seconds in over the board chess. I mean, we all know that, we are used to it. First portion is gonna last 90 minutes. That is the longest portion. And well, we already see the players on the screens. They are getting ready, getting into the mood of crushing one another over the screen, as they say these days.
Yeah, they have a French defense. So Harika going for 1e4, which is actually really interesting because she is a traditionally a d4 player, but I mean, she has switched over to e4. So I think this bodes really well for the match, Dina, that she decides to go with this move in her opening repertoire, a recent addition, e4, e6, d4, d5. So Corey Daisy playing the French defense, Harika going for the advanced French. And
I really love how you said d4 would be the start for both of them, and they starting from the first game we have e4.
Yeah, and after c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3, knight e7, and bishop e2. So Harika is playing she's playing a classical line. So, okay, interestingly, so black played knight g7 instead of like queen b6 or bishop d7. And Harika just goes bishop e2, knight f5. All right, so we will see.
How much of a big expert, Irina, are you in French?
Yeah, not a big expert. Although, I mean, there was a time I actually learned this opening a bit for black. So I would say I'm not completely unfamiliar, in these positions, but I'm definitely not a big expert. So knight f5, typical things. The black is going to go queen b6 soon. They're going to start pressuring that pawn. And that's a question. Yeah, so what is she going to do on queen b6 now? Or even like pawn takes pawn, and then queen b6.
Queen b6 is a very typical move in any French, so it's, for sure will happen here as well. And normally attacking d4, that's the plan of black. Also, well, we all know the bishop from c8 to d7 and to b5 would be a dream come true. And I kind of think that it should be equal, right? Because white didn't show any extreme sharp concrete line. Oh my God, computer even says black is better. Wow.
Well, yeah, because this is strange, right? Like, I mean, knight e7 happened. I think this is the move that probably surprised Harika. Like, I haven't actually seen this move, right? Because we know there's 5 bishop d7 and there's 5 queen b6. Those are the moves I'm aware of. So she plays here. Now, I wonder, are we supposed to capture the pawn on c5? Is that the problem? No, actually, you know what the problem with this move is? It's knight a3. That's right, because you've blocked the bishop. So now your knight actually has a chance to go to c2 and protect the pawn. So if there's pawn takes, knight f5, now you have knight c2, and you get like a really important defender to the d4 pawn. Yes. So Harika, like I said, she's not a natural born 1e4 player, right? So she probably missed this detail, and she just played bishop e2, which is maybe, the move she was planning to play against bishop d7, because this actually is the main line, right? You see how Corey was quite tricky with her move order. And now the knight got to f5 really fast. And I mean, she takes the pawn. So Harika knows that queen b6 is coming, and she just decides to go bishop d3. Wow, slightly surprising, but white is just going to be down a pawn.
Wow, yeah, the idea here is, let's say, to sacrifice the pawn and be better, be faster in the development to get some dynamics over there, while black is like the bishop is still on the f8, the king is still in the center, and maybe on practical level, it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose like, okay, white wants to take the knight, then capture this pawn, maybe even with the knight, I would say is not out of the question. So black should take, right? It's taking on c3 and then letting white make a decision about what they want. I mean, probably knight takes c3. But honestly, I don't see like a huge amount of compensation for white, but I do see a big difference in the clock. Like Harika has almost twice as much time. Although this move knight h4, I mean, okay, it's a bit surprising. I guess it's possible because on knight takes d4, there is knight e5, right? Black just wins a pawn like that.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And maybe, I mean, black was afraid of bishop takes f5, I guess, on d takes c3, bishop takes f5. Yeah, that was the reason.
Yeah, I mean, knight h4 is interesting. Yeah, she thought for a while on that. It's definitely an interesting move. She wants to just kind of like remove this knight. I don't think it was like absolutely a necessary move, but it's certainly interesting. And if the knight takes, the queen comes out, I would say it's a pretty good square there on h4. e5 is always a target in this position.
Indeed. Yeah, and now white has a choice between c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight h4. Well, although knight takes d4 kind of is, we need to be careful after knight a5. But okay, it's an interesting practical idea from Daisy. And what we can see now is that Harika is trying to, let's say, get Daisy out of the book and try to make her think with her own head, which is a good strategy when you play blitz, because normally one doesn't have much time to figure out new things in the new position, new opening by their own, if they only have 5 minutes and they only have less than 2.
Harika took this pawn, slightly surprised. Okay, so she is giving up the center pawn. I guess there's going to be, well, I don't know, some bishop b5 check, yeah, because you can't give up the bishop too. Bishop d7, rook e1, right? So she's going for some initiative. Is it really enough? I mean, is there just bishop d6 here? It looks like, or maybe, you know, it's maybe the safest move, like a safe move is like knight back. A very safe move, I would say.
Like knight to c6.
Knight c6 is also
another
c6.
knight back.
Another way to go back. Yeah, she really, the thing with black's position is that she has so many good moves here that it's actually taking her time to make these decisions, right? And okay, now she's under a minute. Not a great sign, I would say, from her, because yeah, she's burning a lot of time just choosing between good moves.
And queen f6, what is this move? It's super weird. Like, what's the logic behind? You have the pieces hanging. You kind of want to regroup them to make them be more balanced. Bishop takes d7, knight takes d7. Look at this. There was this queen h5, super weird. But no, knight b5. It's funny, we see so many like ups and downs with the evil bar.
Yeah, so you said queen h5 because I guess it was like threatening queen d5.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so knight b5. So she's threatening a fork. How is Daisy going to respond? Bishop c5. Ooh, exciting. Nice.
I love that move.
That's beautiful. Checkmate in 2 is the threat, and there's really not much point to this fork because black will just go king d8, attacking the knight, and you don't have time to take the rook. By the way, this would be a huge blunder because knight d5 actually wins the queen. So one square you can't go to, even though it's good positionally, but bad tactically.
Yeah.
d5, brilliant move. You know, this is what I always tell my students. You know, if you have a problem, try to solve it by developing pieces. It's a great way to address your problems.
Exactly. You win the tempo. You always look for more active moves, first. That's the rule, basically.
Yeah. So black is like convincingly winning here. Black is just up a pawn, beautiful position. She finally castled. But the only thing that is not so convincing is the clock situation, which is pretty rough for her. But her position is easy to play. I mean, it is true that she has the white has no threats at all.
Yeah, that's correct. Queen e2, we now see, and yeah, just knight g6, one knight protects the other knight. Knight from h4 might come to f5, and left is good. How many pawns is black up?
Just up
Only
one pawn. One pawn.
It's two central pawns.
Yes, it feels very impressive.
Did you see that knight g2 tactic in the air?
Oh wow, knight takes g2, winning the game because of knight f4. That would have been painful.
Yeah, but okay.
That's what happens when you got like 20 seconds.
Still, position is super good for black. No worries there. All okay. Just
rook f8 maybe. Oh, what was that?
Oh no, queen takes f5. Rook takes f5. That was just a blunder of.
Yeah.
What was a blunder of?
Wait. But what is she supposed to do now?
Queen b1. Queen b1.
Only way to protect the rook. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, maybe Daisy was planning on this.
Oh no, queen e8.
Well, that's just completely losing.
Oh my gosh.
Queen b1.
Queen e8.
That was a big blunder by Harika. I mean, she knew she was going into a losing position, and she still went for it.
How on earth could Harika play queen e8? I don't understand.
Wow. Well, Daisy is going to start off by winning this game. What a topsy-turvy game.
Wow, what a turbulence over there. And now queen e1 and queen f2 coming, so it's just a resign position for her.
Yeah, well, Harika is still playing on.
Yeah, I mean, she's yeah, it's definitely worth. But now queen g2 mate, queen g2 mate. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Queen b1, queen g2 mate is on. Even I can see that. I mean, with the engine on, of course. Oh my gosh.
All right, black one. Wow. I mean, that was, I gotta tell you, that was kind of shocking that Harika chose to play a losing move. She actually had quite a bit of time, and she didn't see like a fairly simple queen retreat that was just saving her queen and rook. So I think Harika will want to play better than that. And now Daisy, so she's playing her d4 opening. Harika, you see offbeat stuff, h6, not allowing bishop g5. I mean, obviously it can't be the best move, but I have seen this kind of played recently, actually. This weird h6 definitely gets the game off a beaten track for sure.
Yeah. And a little bit passive for the bishop, but once again, whenever you play those, systems, I mean, it's not even a system. I mean, can I call it a system?
Which one? Which
like a three? Yeah. I mean, those kind of positions where you just make good moves. You don't go for high level theory and so on and so forth. But yeah, look how much time both players are taking the opening.
Yeah, well, I don't know what Harika is thinking about now. Yeah, I just let e takes d5, and then I think, bishop b5. Yeah, she could also play bishop e2. So someone says Anna-Maya looks different. John Doe. Well, that's because it's not Anna-Maya. This is Dina Belenkaya. It kind of rhymes.
That's Fabiano Caruana. Yeah, that's because Anna-Maya cut her hair and put some glasses. That's just it. I also give like 500 rating points extra. That's everything Anna-Maya has gone through in 24 hours.
So there was a trade of the bishops. Okay, so we're getting this isolated pawn position. Now, I actually had a pretty nice game with Harika in this structure at the last Chess Olympiad in Batumi. And exactly this structure with black having this kind of isolated pawn. And I went for that position kind of intentionally. I thought, I saw Harika had a liking to play these positions as black, and I was quite happy to play as white. And it's funny that we're just in this kind of exact same structure. So now this pawn is not really hanging because of queen a4, but I do suppose that it soon will be protected.
Yeah,
you can play bishop b2.
The bishop should absolutely come to b2. And that's a really nice diagonal here. I really prefer white here. I kind of think it's one direction game. I don't know if,
I would not play positions like this as black, right?
Never, ever. Also, mind the fact that light square bishops are already traded. So whenever one side is playing with isolated pawn, they should avoid trading pieces here, especially light pieces, minor pieces. Yeah, here without the bishops, the more trades we go, the b2, the better it is for white. And speaking of trades, queens have just been swapped off the board. Also mind the fact that the only active plan normally with isolated pawn, when you have one, is to attack. So one.
Wait, she just made a big mistake. Hold on, Dina. I mean, isn't black just gonna take the pawn? Isn't like this just a trade of pawns now? Like, you know, I mean, because this is not dangerous for black, right? This is just a trade. Yeah, that's what's happening. I mean, like, this is totally not what white should have done, because I think, well, maybe there's rook b5 in this position. So maybe the king has to go somewhere else, like king c6, right? Like not letting the rook go to b5. I mean, essentially, yeah, I mean, you don't want to trade off black's isolated pawn. And wait, but she just blundered. Harika just played king e7. I mean, that's crazy. Like, so far, I am seeing Harika not in the best form. I mean, she's blundering some pretty simple tactics here. Rook b5, double attack. Now she's just losing a pawn. Wow. I mean,
yeah, I believe, you know, king c6, I think it's that kind of a move. Sometimes you like initially you don't want to do it. So unless you calculate, you think, okay, I just play king e7. That looks more natural, but boom, it's a blunder. And
oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, Dina, you know, like that's the thing, it was my instinct too, but then I was like, oh, but that's the problem, right? So I mean, you're not going to ever want to put the king there, but once you see that king e7 is a blunder, then you start looking around. The weird thing is that she just didn't really see rook b5 coming, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And now bishop c3, rook a1 is attacked, but white can just play rook b7 check and then rook a b1.
Yeah. So
I'm also kind of curious why white is taking time. Oh, bishop a3, sure, winning a tempo.
Yeah, that's nice. I like it.
I really love this dynamical approach, indeed.
Isn't the bishop like almost trapped? I mean, I guess it has to be protected.
Yeah. Yeah, rook c8, and then finally we play rook takes b7.
Oh, by the way, you know, Dina, there's rook c3 and bishop b2. I mean, maybe it's not even that simple. Maybe we just take it and then go bishop b2. I mean, are we not just winning a piece, Dina?
What?
Is there a knight d4? Oh, there's knight d4. Oh, wait, there's knight d4. This can actually happen. Oh man.
Oh my lands.
That's a beautiful unpinning move.
Knight d4, that's so awesome. And if knight takes or pawn takes a knight, then rook c1 mate.
Yeah, you've unpinned yourself. So now there's back rank mate. What a shocker for Daisy. Like, she thought she had Harika. I mean, I got to tell you guys, this is not the kind of move you get to play every day, like putting your knight under attack. You're already pinned, your knight's under attack, your rook's under attack. And the whole point is, actually, it's this. It's that in the end, you get the fork. I mean, what a beautiful like set of tactics involved in this move.
That's so awesome. But I mean, the Evolve Bar says now that black is slightly better. So
oh yeah, because you know the thing is, white is having problems with his pawn.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely not this line. There's definitely one line that can still make white hold on, even though it's super uncomfortable. Like now, psychological pressure is so much on black side. So let's see what is the line. It's bishop takes c3.
Yeah, and rook takes, and then move back with the rook to guard the back
b1.
rank.
This is so smart.
Yes,
very solid.
Then probably there's, well, actually, yeah. I mean, black's rook is going to be more active than yours, but probably it's not enough for them to really win. I mean, yes, their rook is better. I guess you have to go like rook b2 or something. Not a lot of fun, but I mean, yeah, amazing situation there, guys, because, you know, I mean, I thought it was a good tactic. And of course, you know, white could have just taken the pawn like that. Like that was just an easy capture, but you know, white thought they had this winning pin, and black turns out to have this amazing unpinning move. And it's got Daisy thinking for like a really long time. I mean, she is under a minute on the clock now.
Yeah, and she's kind of right, because this is the most critical moment of the game. So she really needs the time to find the best decision right now, because if she goes to the, let's say, simple end game that you just showed us with knights, it's completely lost. So here, bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, and rook b1 is the must thing to do for white, and Stacey needs to find that.
Yeah, I mean, she's just shocked. You know, it really is a huge psychological shock to go from a position where you're like winning to, you know, and you think you're the one doing the combinations, and then your opponent drops this knight d4 on you. But I have to say, Dina, this might be like the most beautiful move I've seen in the Women's Speed Chess Championship so far. It's just a gorgeous move. And Daisy does find the right thing, but now she's down to 13 seconds. Like, she takes the rook, she finds rook b1. Maybe it's enough to make a draw, but like, it's a serious disadvantage on the clock.
It's gonna be super hard to make a draw here with this slow time, because white can just, improve position little by little. There's so much play. Black is a little bit better, and bringing the king, pushing the pawns, taking more space, putting the rook on a3, chilling.
Yeah, it would be nice for black to move these pawns up eventually to b4 and a5, obviously, just to constrain the rook even more. How she does it is maybe not so clear, but how about, like, is it possible, like, to just kind of like go with this move, bring it up.
King e5, king d5, king c4. You just bring your king. Oh, g5.
Yeah, I don't know about g5, because I actually feel like trading the pawns there, like, it gives the king on g2 something easy to do. So I'm not sure about that move g5 by Harika.
It's a little bit early, definitely. The rule with double pawns, like the best thing playing against double pawns, is that you are the one who chooses the time when undouble them. And now it was a little bit too early, but still my odds are on Harika for sure here.
Yeah. Well, okay, 3 seconds for Daisy. Wow, that's not a lot of time.
Oh, my lens.
And some absolute randomness is happening here. H3, I guess.
Yeah, H3.
Who's stopping that pawn?
Wow.
And now she just takes this pawn on A2. She's already winning. And she can even go H2, winning. Rook H6, and then take on A2, right? I think that's what she does. Right. So now she's just completely winning. Wow.
Yeah. We don't even need, let's say, the H pawn. We have two. I mean, sometimes we don't even need. We have these two.
Yeah, I feel like Harika definitely got some luck there, but but rook knight d4, just such a beautiful move that we got to see. I really like this tactic. I will show it to my students.
Absolutely. It's going to be worth it. Wow. 1-1. Irina, something tells me we're going to see a super exciting match. And once again, we are having the French.
Yeah, so, I mean, Harika is sticking with it. She's not willing to give up on it after just one game. We see the same move opening. Is she going to play knight a3 now? Is she going to realize that she kind of got tricked? So she still doesn't. She still plays bishop d3. I mean, of course she can take the knights, but black is generally okay in those structures because the bishop on d3 is very important to white, right?
Oh,
now, I guess if they take, I mean, then you're pretty much, you got to take, and then you take knight takes d4. I feel like that has a decent chance of coming on the board.
Absolutely. Bishop e7 we see on the board. Okay. Once again, white is not in a hurry to take the knight on f5. There is not such a need. Maybe something like knight d2, rook e1. Irina suggests g4. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical move. It probably doesn't work yet, but it's certainly like this way of attacking the knight is certainly very common. Like you go g4, they go knight h4. I suppose you take. I mean, generally we want to be able to play like f4, f5 here. Of course, the d4 pawn is hanging, so you might need to protect it.
So that's kind of the main plan of white in such positions.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely going to be looking at that g4 move. So I would say like, g4, knight h4, takes, maybe bishop e3. Can we just do that? Just support the center.
I love that bishop on e3. It looks super ugly, but in fact, it's super effective. But look at the left position. We just had d takes c5, and after bishop takes c5, now white is thinking, and there we go, bishop f5, just like the way you predicted it, Irina.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think like black's position should be so bad here. I wouldn't give it the big evaluation that I see the computer bar is sort of, it's on the white's side. I feel like, well, practically speaking, okay, this bishop is going here, black is castling, like, okay, black has the isolated pawn, kind of a passive bishop, but they do have the bishop pair. White is stuck with this bishop, which is also not amazing. You know what they need to do? Oh, they need to trade. And I was just going to say, Wow. Well, if you can get black to go there, I mean, yeah, then I like white more. Wait, I mean, I isn't it like this black needs this bishop on the board? Because now I definitely am liking white more now that they can trade off their useless dark squared bishop.
Yeah, bishop e7 now.
H4. Okay.
H4, look
Yeah, I
at
don't know about
that.
that move. I don't know about that. Like white is acting like they don't want to trade the bishops, but white actually, I think, does. You know?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's kind of weird also that black hasn't castled yet. So in case of, let's say, bishop takes, okay, never mind. Bishop h6, bishop took on e7. Now knight b3, going to
wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, this
G5.
move, of course, is what makes this position not so clear, because I was about to say like white has a positional advantage here, but you see that move h4. I mean, it was kind of risky because now it just gets right hit by that pawn, and now lines are going to open up. And I'm a lot less positive about the position than I was. I mean, there's a lot of moves here. There's like f4 seems like a reasonable positional move. I don't know, pawn takes h4 maybe as well.
G takes h4, opening the file. Yeah. That thing that I was about to say, oh, it just happened. That thing that I was about to say, like black hasn't castled yet. So rook on h8 can participate in the attack, either opening the h file as black tried first, or now going to the g file. Why not?
Yeah. So basically black's king in the center looks pretty safe. I mean, as all the lines in the center are closed. I think there is a chance we might see queenside castling, but the king, you know, but first she's just going to go rook g8 and queen g5. Like those seem to be the obvious first moves. So white traded the knights, queen f3, queen g5 on the board.
Yeah, now I kind of feel that black king could be really comfortable just on e7 square, you know, connecting both rooks and pushing h3 sooner or later. Also f4, h3. Ooh, that sounds really nice for black.
Dina, on where this knight goes. Like if the knight goes there, perhaps we go to d7.
Yeah,
right? If the knight goes there, then as you said, to e7, right? So this king, you know, really depends on this knight.
Yeah, well, my point was that the king can just stay in the center and enjoy his life there. No need, you know, to go for traditional approaches now that both, you know, kind of wings.
Can I also mention this idea, Dina? Like, there's even queen g4 is an idea because black is up a pawn, right? And like, if there's a trade, black really gets a much better pawn structure. And if white doesn't want to trade, it means like they have to move their queen from a very good position where it protects g2, and like where would it really go, right? So I think that's an additional idea for black as well.
Wow. So you're saying that black here has a choice not only to attack but also to go to the endgame. Whatever he chooses, he's going to be great.
Yeah, now king d7 I think makes sense. I don't think white can open things quickly enough. I mean, are there other ways to play? Sure. I suppose, you know, you could be a little more conservative with rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 also makes sense. And I would go for king d7 for sure, because, you know, it's kind of like the last thing we were left with.
Yeah.
Just bring your king. And there is
c5.
no
I was thinking about this. I see that this is maybe a move the computer likes. It looks very scary to allow the knight to go to b5. Like I wouldn't really be so. I don't think this move is going to happen because it goes against a lot of like chess instincts.
No, we don't need such a move for sure. We don't need weakening, and also like we don't care about this knight. We what we want to do is to either attack or, as Irina said, queen g4 in the worst case.
I mean, yeah, like I just feel like okay, king d7 by Daisy, very logical. Yeah. And you know, by the way, this is the first game where Daisy is up on the clock.
Yeah, I read your mind.
Yep,
That's
exactly.
True.
We don't see that very often. But I mean, so far this is a fun match. I like Harika playing e4. Not so much for Harika, by the way. I have to tell you, if I had to advise her, I would say, get out of this immediately. No more. But I mean, of course, you know, she probably planned this for the match. She probably saw that Corey's main opening was the French, and she doesn't want to like give up on playing against it so easily. But I definitely think that this is like she's playing into Corey's area of like expertise, and in blitz, like the instincts you have really are important, right? It's not just like learning some line. It's about like how many years of experience do you have playing it? What's your feel for the positions? Now, Harika just can't have that. She learned to play E4 so much later in life that I think like it's very brave of her. I appreciate the choice and the entertainment value of playing E4, but as a practical choice for this match, I feel like she is giving, Daisy some advantage in that.
Yeah, also, when you think about it, it's impressive how high is the level of preparation, how serious players approach these matches. I mean, whether or not E4 was the right choice, Harika did prepare it. So it's nothing that the respect to your opponent already, that you kind of find him dangerous and you want to prepare and you want to surprise him. And it's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, but right now, Black's position is pretty nice to see. This knight got pulled back more passively. Right now, G2 is hanging. Not really sure how to guard that pawn. And what did she do? She went B3. Well, yeah, that's not a great sign. And I think, that there's a very good chance that Black is just taking the pawn, giving it up for the H4 pawn. And I mean, obviously, there will still be a remaining passed pawn on the board for Black. So, that's what I'm thinking. In terms of the openings, Daisy should just stick to what she's been doing. I think her opening's been working out fine for her. And Harika, she needs to, we will see. I mean, that's the question, right? You try something, it doesn't seem to be working that great. Will she make the adjustments, and when will she do it, right? I predict we will be seeing Harika switch over to things that she is more familiar with. From childhood, D4, C4 kind of stuff, but we'll see what happens.
Other things that she has prepared.
Yeah, but she's prepared. I mean, like, what else? It doesn't look so she's like prepared anything against this knight E7 move. Like, how many times is she going to let Daisy play it, right? That's the question.
Right. I see what you mean. Now we've got changes on the board.
Changes, but all pretty much, nothing spectacular. I mean, the G2 pawn got captured for the H4 pawn, one trade of rooks, and, Black is still a lot better. She captured back, knight F3. Okay, I mean, I guess it's not so easy to advance this pawn, is it? I mean, White can go rook here. The problem is how to improve this bishop. This bishop seems quite poor.
Yeah, the bishop looks like the one big pawn. I mean, although that would make the D5 for
I like that check.
Rook E4, nice. Now knight has to always guard the E5 pawn, which is also a weakness. And if we play F4 and bishop G4, then the E5 pawn might fall.
Yeah, what about knight D4? Isn't her? Oh, the rook's not trapped because the knight cannot go to D4 because then we take that pawn. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, that was really juicy. Here I suggest just bishop. Oh, bishop F5. Wow, that's really nice. And bishop G4, yes. Oh my gosh, knight G1. When you see knight G1 on the board, you say, uh-oh, the game is soon to be over.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Okay, wow, the knight is
what was that?
Getting trapped. But F5 maybe, or rook E4. Rook E4 is a really good move. Rook E4. Did she do it? No, but she should have done it. She could have trapped the rook into a trade. Oh, she missed that. Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Wow. That was a big
wow.
miss.
Harika is like totally turned this around.
Wow.
And I mean, now she's not even down a pawn and her position's not bad. This is crazy.
Absolutely crazy. King E5, rook H4, now rook B7. Oh my God. Now F5 coming.
now it's like Black that is losing a bishop. After rook H1, bishop F5. Oh, wow. Even like this? Oh.
Yeah, in G7 and knight
oh, wow.
E7.
Harika, so tricky.
Wow. Bravo. Bravo.
Yeah,
Harika.
Nice stuff from Harika. Wow. But I got to say, I feel bad for Daisy. I mean, like, that she was just one move away from winning this game. Like right here when this rook went to, the game is over. But yes, she could have trapped that white rook into a trade. The knight was just stuck on G1. It was completely winning.
And we've got the resignation, and now Harika is leading 2-1, and we see D4 on the board.
Yeah.
From Daisy, though.
Yeah, Daisy, she will have to like come back from that loss. And now look at this. This is very funny. Harika had played H6 in the last game. Now she's A6, right? So she's prepared these side pawn moves just to kind of get out of theory.
Wow, I love that approach. I love the approach that whenever you play Blitz, such an important match, you really want your opponent to be out of the book.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a pretty popular system with A6. And the idea is of this pawn move is that you want to take the pawn and then be ready to protect it. So you're basically forcing white either protect it and block in your bishop or capture and unblock this bishop, right? So that's been like the point of this move, and it's been played by a lot of good players, including Carlsen. Certainly in Rapid and Blitz, it's very playable. CD was played, and now we're in this kind of Carlsbad, structure.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, that idea of letting black take on c4, it reminds me of our favorites, yours and mine, Queen's Gambit Accepted would have been the same position after all.
I like that. Harikaru with the lead, said Aronsko. I mean, mixing Harika's name with, I guess, Hikaru's name, yeah?
That's a good mix. Whenever you get referred to Hikaru, you know you're doing some good stuff. Yep. Or you know you will be doing some good stuff.
Yeah, so okay, what's the point of this early knight jump? Why is white moving twice with the same piece in the opening? I'm not so sure. Does she want to play a 4 somewhere? It's a bit extreme. I mean, I think she needs, I didn't really get this move so much because now she's got a, you know, she's always going to have to deal with that trade and like the knight d7 move. So she's playing like very concretely, Daisy.
Yeah, queen b3 just happened on the board. Another concrete move from Daisy, attacking the b7 as well. And if b6, then we get knight c6. Unpleasant. I do agree with you, Irina. I don't like knight d5, but let's see where it will take us.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that black can play here. I would say, okay, so what's the threat? You're now threatening the knight, because I always take with my knight to protect the pawn. Are you threatening that? Not really. Okay, it's a nice move by Harika. She kind of calculated.
Yeah, go take that b7 pawn. I don't care, and see what happens next. And you know, being in the position like this after short castle, you do not want to take that pawn on d7.
Harika Dronamura. Oh, that's good. Harika Dronamura, Harika Nokamaru. You guys are funny. Okay, so castle's, by the way, a great move, guys. And you know, Daisy just continuing on this very risky path without like proper development, snatching what is known as the poisoned pawn.
That we were supposed to have it poisoned for sure. And now knight e5, d takes c5. Now knight would go somewhere to d7, e4, e8. Kind of weird. I mean, computer says black is doing absolutely great. Maybe it's rook b8 as a intermediate. Maybe you just move the knight somewhere. Rook b8 happened on the board. There we go.
All right. Yeah. So rook b8, I mean, very dangerous, guys, to snatch pawns like that when you're not castled, right? And obviously black is castled. And I think black did a very smart thing, you know, which is what a lot of beginners, right? They have a very reactionary approach where it's like, oh, my pawn's under attack, so I must play like rook b8, right? It must be protected. And more experienced players, they know that a lot of these problems, these little tactical issues can be solved through simple development, that it's such a powerful concept that black just, you know, focuses on building that harmony in his camp and allows white to carry out their idea. But, you know, white carries it out, and now black goes rook b8. So what's going on here, Dina? Where is this queen supposed to go? I mean, I guess take another pawn, right?
I don't like white's position, but computer says black is better, which actually makes the same thing. Wow.
Yeah, what's going on if I take? I mean, she's probably thinking about this move. I would definitely think about it, because rook b7, I am getting 2 pieces here, and I'm also getting your rook. Like, isn't it a lot? Like,
yeah, that's a lot. And now taking on f8, and
what do I got here, Dina? I got like
you have like 2 pieces and the rook for a queen and a bunch of pawns.
Yeah, that's pretty good because I'm going to get to castle.
Yeah.
I think she will find this actually. I mean, she has a very concrete approach. I mean, and I think it's very tempting. So like what else can black do? What else can black do? I mean, on pawn takes knight. Are we going to see a queen sack as early as like game four in the match?
I think that's kind of a blunder if you go g takes f6, attacking both the queen and the bishop at the same time. But I mean, no, but it's not a blunder because you already are one pawn up.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go for this, right? I mean, like, of course, yeah, black's king is not that weak. And I completely agree that black will probably go for that. But, you know, maybe, I mean, white can do this. At least the king is a little bit exposed, right? You kind of go like bishop d3 and you castle.
I also like the pair of bishops. It makes it super strong. And the d5 pawns together with the c pawn, you know, whenever those advance to, it's going to be completely destroying.
Wow, Daisy is so much down on the clock. Like this is really not feasible to have like less than a minute against more than 3 minutes. This is very poor time management. Like, and here's the thing, guys. I mean, I think she will get punished for this time management in this game. And I'm not even talking about the evaluation on the board. I just think the time management is untenable, you know, and then you wonder, right? Like we talked about that a lot yesterday, Dina, like how important it is just like reasonable time management and like why even go for this stuff if you're going to go down to like less than a minute on the clock. You know, just develop your pieces. Like no one's forcing you to go knight e5, queen b3 and taking the pawn. You know, develop your pieces, go bishop d3, castles, you know, queen c2. Simple moves, don't use up a lot of time and keep it for more important moments. And I just think this is really, really not practical on Daisy's part.
Yeah, I really like this concept of making it easier. Do not complicate your own life, otherwise you will suffer for it. And here, this is all what white is doing.
Yeah, so I mean, Harika, look, at least she's developed, right? She's got all her pieces out. She's threatening the pawn. Okay, Daisy protected it. So now just rook takes b2, I suppose.
Oh my gosh, that's a blunder.
Rook takes b2, bishop e2. I don't know what can be done here. Rook b6, bishop b4, maybe. So why is this so winning? Rook c2 is interesting. Oh, bishop b4. Okay. Why is bishop b4 now castle? Oh, then you take on c3. You can't even castle because I take on c3 and then I take your bishop.
Oh, yeah. That's a free piece. That's a free stuff.
Yeah. And
whenever you see a pin like this, you know it's over.
Yeah, I mean, she's still not really able to castle. That's the thing. But what is black supposed to do? I mean, I guess black can take a pawn, but that feels like not a lot. They need to like figure out how to get these pieces in the game.
Yeah, that would be really nice. And I really love, once again, the rook on the second range.
Yeah.
White king get on castle, all this stuff like that. It feels like just the game is going to be over very soon.
Yeah, except okay, maybe that was not the most powerful attack.
Queen h4, bishop g3, and now computer says that black is not that bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, white miraculously castled in this game. And now white's position is at least pretty solid, so that's been an improvement for Daisy.
Absolutely. After everything that she went from, oh, h3, I like that. I like that move. Just be careful because h4 there is always in the air, but you can just go bishop h2.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, like how Harika puts pressure on Daisy with her 11 seconds here, because I mean, it seems fairly solid for Daisy, and on g5 there is probably h4. Look at that, nice, clever move. She wants that pawn there. That's a very nice h4. That's definitely helpful, I think.
Wow. Bishop g5 now, you know, like white is desperately trying to mate somewhere, doesn't know even where.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, black needs to go g5 somewhere, so maybe queen f5, you know, g5. Oh, she just blundered the f2 pawn. She just blundered it. She just blundered it.
That was a beauty.
Right.
I was kind of trying to hope that white's position was getting more and more solid, but you just destroyed it all.
And now look, Dina, maybe this threatening a clever little checkmate.
Nice. King h2, protecting out of clear little map.
Yeah, no, she didn't go for that. Oh, she's going in for bishop e4. This is even harder to protect. Yeah, no trade of rooks. Yep, it's over. All right, bishop e4. Oh no, wait, there's a queen trade on the board. Okay, so it's not over yet. It's not over. What will
we
black
do see that black is dominating everywhere for sure.
Yeah, and then she just won on time.
Oh wait, black won on time.
Yeah, that wasn't that surprising. Well, might have like a second, and something.
But you need to play fast. You have 1 minute increment. Isn't that the case where we saw that Daisy has been so bad on losing on time? We saw that in the stats, and that's another proof.
Yeah. I mean, this has been a fun match. I feel like Daisy really shouldn't get into this kind of battle with Harika. Harika is certainly, she's practical, right? Like she will miss some things, but I do see that Harika is a practical player. That's very important in Blitz. And in this game, what Daisy was doing, it was just not that practical. I mean, going in for like these adventures with the white pieces, grabbing material instead of developing. And then like, when you play like that, you got to use up a lot of time, right? And then it's just a Blitz game. So then you're behind on the clock.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And well, perhaps we can remind our viewers of the format of this event. As it usually goes, we've got a very first version of 5+1, which will last 90 minutes, which is happening right now. Then we've got 3+1 for 1 hour, and last 30 minutes, 1+1.
Yeah, so they have about probably 40 or so minutes to go in this 5+1 portion. What I like about this match is that there seem to be a lot of positions that produce tactics, Dina.
Right.
And it is a fun games. So the players are participating and making this fun. But the advantage seems to go to Harika, who is just way better with the time management.
Yeah, and she's taking over, even though Harika did have 2 very weird e4 French.
Yeah, we'll see how long she sticks with that. I am curious about that, Dina. So Dina, why don't you tell us before the next game starts shortly, tell us you just came back from the candidates tournaments, tell us what you were doing there, and how was that experience for you?
Oh my lands. The candidates tournament was grueling. Just like Queen Isabella before them, candidates was all about leading a legacy. And in that tournament, the legacy was led by Yanni Pomnishi, the one and only, my fellow former countryman. And well, so many things to say about the candidates, but I think we got our players on the screens and we already have a next game. So I'll make sure to tell you more and more about the candidates later on as the show goes on.
All right. So Harika, look, Dina, do you see what I'm seeing?
Did you just text Harika and said
yeah, that's exactly what I was doing,
Or I can't look at that anymore.
But it is funny, right? I mean, she understood, just like it was kind of obvious to us that, the French was not the right battleground against Daisy. And she's going back to just regular stuff over here, like some sort of sidelines, that she has experience in. And she really doesn't need to get any major advantages from the opening. I think that's pretty clear, actually, from the games. Like, she just gets a normal position and not going right into Daisy's territory. Her time management generally is a lot more practical, and she will do just fine with these kinds of sidelines.
Absolutely. So Harika is just gonna take it over, on the game level, on the level of the play herself, and we see this. Ooh, the Bart doesn't like bishop b7 and d5.
Yeah, this is very strange that she let the pawn get to d5. I was kind of wondering. So now the question is what to do about this pawn, right? Like
c4.
Yeah, how do we protect it? Because this is not so dangerous. This runs into this very typical pinning move, a knight h4, where you get back the pawn later. So the only question here
should we just go knight d2 and e takes d5 and knight c3? And now perhaps, as you said,
Oh, you mean like knight d2? Oh, interesting. Yeah, like moving this knight back. That's actually pretty clever. That's a little rarer. Yeah, so you're opening the pin right away so that then you can go here. But
I'm a little bit afraid of d4.
Yeah, the problem is actually the bishop's protected.
Oh, good morning, sunshine. Knight is on a5. How?
Yeah. That's a little unusual, right? Because normally the knight would be like on b8, so I didn't realize the difference. He actually protects the bishop, so some of those ideas don't work. Oh, Harika plays a really interesting move. Knight c3. I like that because the idea is after knight c4, e4. I mean, okay, she sacrificed a pawn, but she's got a huge center and a really nice initiative. It's actually a very nice move. And by the way, again, look how often we're seeing this kind of theme. You have a pawn under attack. What's the best way to protect it? Don't protect it. Just develop your pieces.
Always look for the most active move of the position.
Yeah, this is very nice and instructive by Harika, guys. And we've really seen this theme a lot in the match. So I think I have a lot of positions to show my students about how you just got to respond to these little attacks with development. But I mean, now black is kind of busted if they don't take the pawn. I mean, if white just goes e4, black's position is terrible. So you might as well take the pawn. And then, I don't know, like after e4, I mean, you'd like to kind of close things up with, e5 and d6, but you're not really going to have that chance. Like you don't have e5 because there's, at the very least, there's b3, the knight gets kicked away, this pawn gets captured. So she took. Well, that means that black's position is just going to be bad. We're in a Benoni style position, g3 Benoni. The bishop is misplaced, this knight is misplaced, and this is not even developed.
Yeah, every single piece of black looks really weird. And now e4, bishop e7, e5. White does not have any time to waste. They just go directly for the most active line and take the whole advantage in the center and the activity.
Yeah, I wonder, will she go bishop f4? I mean, definitely knight c6, I think, is her ultimate idea. Will she go there right away? I mean, I feel like she actually can. Interesting. So she just went for rook e1. h6 is sort of a do-nothing type of move, I think. It doesn't really help black very much. Certainly, I find rook e1 to be a lot more useful.
Rook e1, putting the rook in the center, and also now white only needs to develop the bishop from c1, and then the life is accomplished.
Yeah, she'll go bishop f4. I'm willing to bet on that.
Yeah, bishop f4 for sure. Queen d2, then rook a d1, and everything is super cool. Once again, where will black put the knight from a5?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, after bishop f4, I really just want to go. There we go. I just won my $1.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I think she's just going knight c6. I think, getting, like, once the trade happens, getting the pawn there so beautifully supported by the two bishops is kind of a killer idea. Ooh, okay. So now bishop d6 is interesting. She kind of makes it harder to play knight c6, but Harika immediately pounces.
Just knight takes d6, queen d6, and queen g6. Oh, sorry, knight g6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I guess this is why black would have liked to have the pawn here, because this is a very simple threat and it's very convincing.
Yeah, a6 would have been a blast. Now bishop takes e5, bishop takes c5, I bet. And what's happening on knight d5?
No one was interested in that pawn. I mean, probably for good reason. I'm sure, like, tactically it would have been bad. So
yeah, there are things like knight d6, which would perhaps even end the game on the spot. Knight c4, now aiming to put the other knight d6 to blockade, but black would need extra tempo to put knight on e8.
I would really think here for white. I understand Harika wanting to use her time here, because I think it's a pretty important moment, and if she gets this wrong, and maybe she already got this a bit wrong, because I mean, how are you, like, you don't really want to move this bishop back, but because actually black is going to go a6, right? He's also going to start pushing back all your pieces.
Yeah, you always need to consider captures like bishop takes f6. I don't see any reason for that. Bishop f4, keeping an eye on d6 and c7 square. There is some choice for white here. That's why Harika is thinking.
Yeah, so she came up with something which I don't think is great, and I don't think she was very happy, but she was just like, I got to make a move. I'm down on the clock. So this has been successful for Daisy. She's thinking, I wonder what she's thinking about, because isn't like knight d6 just obvious?
96, we've got knight takes, queen takes, and then passed pawn for...
I'm surprised she's thinking at all, because like knight d6 is just obvious. Like you got to blockade the pawn.
Yeah. What's the option? The option is knight e5. Still looks a little bit weird.
Yeah, definitely not, right? Because like there's just no way. Like you should cut this pawn.
Oh yeah.
Like it's interesting because she had built up a little time edge over Harika, and now she's like deciding to give it up right here, like on this moment. Why? I mean, she's thinking, she's on our video camera. She's not like offline.
Maybe there is something like a6. Well, no, then you just
C4. Oh no. There's
tactic.
No. You cannot play it like that. You just cannot. You cannot.
Oh, that is bad. That is very bad. Knight a5. What is this move?
I mean, I get it. She doesn't want to trade pieces or something, but you just can't like put your knights on the side of the board where they're like completely unable to move, and then this pawn is left unblockaded. I mean, that's just not the way to do it, Daisy.
Oh yeah, Daisy. Shall I text Daisy now that you're biased for Harika?
Harika, my old friend. Harika and I are actually
dating from a long time ago.
Yeah, we were roommates in Gibraltar actually several times. Yeah. So I got to know her, and we've always been friendly since then.
There we go, commentators who are not supposed to be biased at all.
No, I'm when I commentate, I'm very objective.
Oh yeah, no, for sure you are, for sure. I'm just teasing you. But yeah, knight a5 on the board, and now Corey is the one who's thinking, and she plays a4. Wait.
I think is there a chance to take that knight? Wait, can you take it?
What?
Can you just take it or not? Or like, there was checkmate. Oops. It would have been interesting.
Well, what's the tactic? Wait. There is something else here going on.
Maybe knight e4? Maybe throw in the knight move?
How about rook e8 and then take on the c6?
Wow.
Is that possible?
I mean, it's interesting.
Okay, never mind.
But then they take, and then they take.
Because your queen is protecting.
I think it's actually queen knight e4.
The easiest.
And then like let's say the queen moves, then I think we really might just be taking that knight, because now there's no checkmate on f2. We're just taking on b7, and it's really powerful. Yeah, we're actually just making a queen with a check, and then we take their rook, so we win. So yeah, I mean, Harika, I feel like she's just low on time, but she could have found that. I mean, this move looks so suspicious that, but she probably realized like this one doesn't work. So she just kind of gave up on that idea. That often happens, but looks like her position is still really good.
All right, so we got d6, knight e2, knight e5. Now the evil boss says that we're back to the fight. f4, so aggressive.
Maybe not so good. So Harika has like given up her light squared bishop. Her light squares are weak. Players are down to less than 25 seconds.
Ooh, it's getting hot here.
Yes, this is definitely like, so Harika, when you don't win, you often go in the opposite direction, right? Like it doesn't just stay stable.
Yeah, that's the problem of current chess, online chess. Rook to d7, queen f6, g takes f6, knight c3. Knight is heading to e4. I like that. f5 is the idea of black, but that would remain the bishop kind of really bad. How about exactly rook d1 and bishop g4, well played. And f5 now. I like the way black plays this game really.
Wow, and she's playing quickly, and right now Daisy's just up a pawn. Wow, this has gone like in such a crazy bad direction for Harika.
Although
I think Harika is making a draw.
Why? What? No, it's not never going to be a draw.
Yeah, it's still not. Yeah,
it's lost. It's completely lost for.
Yeah, I guess you can just take on h2 and go rook g2, win another pawn.
Yeah, that's it, and then just f5. That's the exact reason. And Harika's
still trying to stay in it.
Trying to do some practical things, indeed. Oh, rook f3. There was this rook f3. Oh no, but there was rook f3 check, and then the rook takes g3.
Yeah, I think no. Well, rook f3, there was probably king g4. That's why she protects it. She protects it.
We need to go to the live position of what is it right now. So many things happening.
Yeah.
Rook d. Wait, rook is on d1, taking, and
winning here. It looks like black is winning. Now black is winning.
Black is winning. As long as there's no mate, there is the other pawn. Yeah. And king comes to h3, and that is the winning plan. Wow, such a great play in the endgame by Daisy. And Daisy is gonna go 2-3. So Harika is still leading, but the match is so tense.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy game because somehow Daisy's knight a5 move worked out, right? Even though it really had nothing to do with the quality of that move. But Harika, yeah, she only kind of has herself to blame in that game because her position was incredible and she just didn't find the knockout blow, and then things got out of control. But Daisy had a nice comeback in that game.
Remember those predictions that were saying that Harika has like 70% of the winning chance in this match and Daisy has like 28 or something? I kind of disagree with that. I'm sure this match is going to be very, very tense. Yeah, this is what we have. 71% probability win before the match versus 29 for Corey. I absolutely disagree with this one.
Yeah, well, Corey just played 91. So, I mean, that looks like a really weird move. I have to say there is that element. She definitely can surprise us a bit with her moves, Daisy. This sort of 91 retreat when the center is not really fixed, right? It doesn't seem right. And I guess black can even go c5 here. I would think
c5, attacking the center, a very typical idea in such kind of positions for black. Also, knight on e4 looks good, and that's why white plays f3, kicking it out, which is a good thing. There's this typical rule, Soviet rule. I don't know what is Soviet. Whenever there is the piece in your camp, you need to kick it or trade it as soon as possible. And this is what white does here.
Yeah, so now what is Harika thinking about? Oh, she's thinking about queen h4, but then there's g3, right? So that's a very common idea. Oh, she can also be thinking about bishop h2.
Ooh, bishop h2. How dirty.
She just puts it on the board.
Oh, well predicted. Knight d3. Well predicted. Wow. Amazing. We kind of need second knights. Knight f6, and then I don't know what, but just bring the other knights. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Bring the other knights.
Right, you don't have to take the rook right away because the rook is not actually threatening to move. If it moves, there's checkmate. So that's why you're not in a hurry. And so Harika is just trying to open the game, which makes sense. I mean, white sort of has this clump of pieces on the back rank. This knight e1 move really was kind of like shockingly unfortunate.
Super passive, way too much passive. And the beautiful thing about it is, like, look at white's pieces. They have extra bishop, which is on c1, basically doing absolutely nothing. There is another piece, rook on a1, once again completely blocked. So black just doesn't have to rush taking back the material. They can just bring rook e8, rook e6, rook h1, and then have fun.
Yeah, I agree, Dina. I think she will be playing like rook fe8 next. She'll be opening up that file. And this is very, very unfortunate for...
What just happened?
Oh, no, I think just e5 is on the board. There's no new moves.
Oh, okay. I got scared.
Yeah. So she just captured on d5. And now...
Bishop takes d5 should be the most. I mean,
yeah, she can also have to. Yeah, she can take on d4, but I agree with you that bishop d5 is like.
Here, honestly, I think everything looks really nice. I would even go for e takes d4, and then you bring the rook to e8, and life is good. No, why not?
e4 maybe.
Oh yeah, improving the center.
Yeah, e4 is like, definitely holding white center. That was the problem with this move, right? That's why I was thinking that, probably just a simple bishop takes d5 was good.
Look at the evaluation bar, how jumps like crazy. What if we go check, and then we take, no, wait, no, it doesn't work. If we take immediately on e3, we don't want to develop the opponent's bishop. What else do we have? Knight e5? Maybe knight e5?
Yeah, well, the problem is, Dina, is that white was just threatening to take our knight. At some point, we got to like just take the rook because we don't really want the trade to happen. So she finally takes the rook. So it's going to be 2 pieces for a rook, and bishop takes d5.
Nice. I like it. Like it this way. Once again, I mean, computer says white is doing totally great, but I think in real life and practical level, it's very unpleasant position for white still, because a lot of pressure. You know, it's super hard to define when you play blitz.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she can't even play queen d4 because she's like hanging this piece, although I don't know, I can't say that she can't do it because maybe then she takes there. So queen d4, I guess there's bishop takes and then knight hangs. So what should white do? I don't know. Knight f2 is actually a pretty interesting solid move.
You're just going to defend everything as much as you can.
Yeah, and then when you take, my bishop comes out and my pieces are starting to organize, and
I do not want that.
So bad.
I do not like that.
Okay, you don't like that for black. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I also have pawn takes. Look at that. She reads my mind, Daisy.
Ooh,
we're in sync with that move.
Perfect. Sync like this sync? Like this sync? Oh, you don't see.
Wow, okay. You're covering up the sync with that. Yeah,
I'm covering the sync. They didn't see on the camera, but another time. Now it's Bobby here chilling. But yeah, the sync. Speaking of, do we have the move?
So we got knight f2 and black is still thinking.
Okay. I would really love to see both rooks coming to d8 and to e8, it's true that white is having more pieces, but they're passive. And as long as pieces are passive, black has their chances. c5 has just followed. Yeah. Maybe taking on d4? Pawn takes?
I wouldn't be surprised, Dina, if white actually wins this game and evens the score.
Neither would I. Because, as I said, it's super tense. These players are so even in the way we see them playing right now. Not that I would call them even, but yeah. And that's why I really enjoyed this match so far, because it's so unpredictable. How many times have we seen the bar jumping from completely opposite sides here and there? Yeah.
They're playing the kind of chess where first of all, this is a very different match than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was a lot more positional kind of chess, less of this open battle. These players are definitely giving each other a lot of open room to play, so we're seeing, more sacrifices, more tactics, a little bit more like the Gunina Pats match.
Ooh, I like the comparison.
A little bit, but I have to say, well, Gunina was playing better,
Okay.
And she kind of dominated this match, and that's why this match is kind of like similar, but the players are kind of like playing more close and level to each other.
Yeah, also a little bit, I think, less sharp. Normally, I would say, because like knowing Gunina and knowing Pats, they can go on fire so easily.
Well, these players are kind of like playing also very tactical chess, I would say. Lots of opportunities for that. So what is going on here? There's no discoveries on the queen.
Ooh, just the moment you say bishop c4.
Yeah, but this one just doesn't seem very dangerous because you just go queen c2. What's the big deal? I don't see it.
How about
the knight is doing such an amazing job.
Ooh, right. Knight h5.
Yeah, knight like here, and then she wants to kind of come in with the rook, and that's actually a pretty sweet idea.
Or at least make a perpetual, knight g3, knight e2. At least consider this option.
Yeah, actually, I agree. Something has gone very wrong for white because black's harmony here is like perfect. The rooks are ideal, clear threat, and now she has at least a draw, right? So now it's very interesting to see Harika has a lot more time on the clock, so she might think that she shouldn't be letting her opponent.
Just be careful. Do not play. Oh no, it's fine. It's all under control. Knight e2, queen e2, rook e2, rook d8 is not a mate because queen h4 is protecting the rook. So Here
It actually kind
already.
of looks like, yeah, maybe white could sack the queen, but they can't because that is not a checkmate on the back rank. So
Yeah, you didn't have
what
enough
is
material.
Harika going to be doing?
As I said, an option of having a perpetual is already pleasant.
Yeah. What about is there any chance to kind of come in with a queen for that mate?
And this knight on f2 is kind of annoying. Yeah,
Arika
I sense
plays for
there's
the
gonna
win. Knight e2, king
not
f1.
necessarily, not yet. Still can
You know
repeat.
what's really cool, Dina? That knight e2 can happen, king f1, queen h2, and I have to sack. We might see a position
Ooh.
where there's like 3 pieces for the queen. Would certainly be interested. Not I don't know. I would say that this is not particularly good for black, but I mean, the eval bar seems to like it. So let's see. They repeated. Oh, are they just going for a draw? I guess they are. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Harika
yeah.
decides not to risk it.
And you know, on chess.com, it makes you draw automatically once the position is repeated 3 times. Even imagine if it only was like to gain some extra time. And once again, Harika is playing d4. She doesn't go for that French anymore. It's enough. She's disgusted. She throws her preparation away. No, I'm joking. I don't know actually if e4 was a preparation or not, but for any reason, Harika decided to stop with playing around with e4.
Yeah, and I think she will have more success. She had a very nice opening advantage in her last roundabout with white, and I think okay here bishop g3, knight h5. I guess I'm expecting. If knight h5 doesn't happen, I'm going to be surprised, Dina. Look at that, I'm surprised.
Is it modern or Pirk? What would you call it?
Well, this is not. I don't even know what you call. This is nothing because this is like. This is the bishop g5 system against. It's called an anti-King's Indian line. That's what it is, because right, that's what Daisy's playing, this kind of King's Indian, and this is one of those lines like bishop f4, like you know, I don't know, like knight d2, even like all of these are sidelines against the King's Indian. I don't really know that it has a special name, but it's certainly playable. White is trying to like put the pawn there. I thought that, you know, I mean, c6 is normal. I don't want to say anything bad about this move. It's very normal, but you know, knight h5 I think is definitely one of the ideas. I don't know about this move. I mean, I would probably just play h3.
I really love how solid Harika is. And Daisy is super tactical. So I mean, at this opening at least. So it's kind of chill. I think it's like Harika can decide whether she wants to go long castle or short castle. She has the center. It's a risk-free position for white. This is how I would describe it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, her opening is working out well. I mean, she has a lot of threats. I would say that, you know, e5 is already a huge idea on the board, and just maybe drive that pawn in, stack the pawn, play bishop g6. I mean, certainly worth looking at. Definitely she's going to be castling queenside. I mean, very good chance of that. I just don't really see any reason for white to castle this way. But
unless white is already destroying the position in the center, and in that case, you don't need to attack. You just need the king safe.
I just really wonder what she's doing about this move.
e5 right now. Wow. And it's also very typical idea on these positions, you know, like once again, Pirk or modern, you kind of whenever white has this center, they do want to advance. So e5 is a very typical move.
Yeah. So Juho demands that I name this opening. Well, I don't know. I should do some research on it. Maybe it does have a name, you know. It's like a sideline, right? It's not big enough to have its own name, I think. All you're doing is playing bishop g5. Like, does the move bishop g5 have a name in chess? It's just kind of like it's played in so many openings.
Well, it's funny because in Madrid, at the candidates, we had so many g5s, especially in the beginning of the tournament, and it would always be a bad move. So here, you know, it would be just following yet another storyline of weakening your position without any demand. I mean, I'm obviously, you know, forcing it to be compared because in so many structures like this, black does play g5. So that being said, we have e5 and knight d5 on the board.
Yeah, so now the question is, I mean, should we take this pawn? I don't know. I feel like this must be the move. Dina.
E6. Ooh. And then F takes E6 and bishop G6, and let's go.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like it's not such a big deal. Maybe you can just go knight F6.
Well, it's still awakening. You take on F7. Oh, here I see you want a king takes.
Yeah, actually, I wanted bishop takes.
Bishops. Now I have bishop G6. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, at least like I'm saying black is not like losing by force, which is kind of what I was hoping for. When you're playing a move like E6, you're wanting some big things to happen, and she goes for it. So Harika and I on the same wavelength here. And I do think that she will play knight F6. I do think because look, this is just a very practical move. Allowing this position and letting the bishop come in, and then king F8 and
simply looks like a dream. It looks like a dream too.
Yeah, I mean, because like the king is weak, and the knight's under attack. The queen is really strong, so she goes for the knight F6, much more practical move. And now Harika is taking the pawn. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would just say bishop F7. Like I definitely would not take with my king. There we go.
Bishop F7 makes sense, and
nice simple trade.
Yeah, I love that. What was he castling for white? Just out of curiosity.
Well, here's the thing. Taking is really, really good because, she's just basically either going to have an extra pawn or the E5 square. She's just positionally destroying here.
Mm-hmm. White position is so good that the choice of options is just way too vast. I think everybody can find something to their own taste. Now we've got knight H5. Bishop G3. I don't think it's even in danger. I would even go just short castle, and if knight takes G3, then we open the rook. I think black really wants to come to F4. Once again, it's not a big deal at all.
Yeah, this is actually, here I think this check is very interesting, and I wonder if she'll find it, because the idea is that black couldn't block because bishop B5 would win the queen.
Correct.
And then she would have made the king move over, and then the king can't castle, which is a serious obstacle for black. So even here, right, queen A4 is like a nasty check.
Oh yeah, I mean, king F8 always the option. What is the choice anyway? Ooh, well called, Irina. Queen A4, king F8, and now short castle. Finally, we're guessing the moves. I love that.
Yeah, now black is going to realize that it's not in their interest to take this bishop, right, and open up the rook against the uncastled king. So, I mean, she tries to keep everything closed, but this is just a really bad position for black. Like, very poor harmony. No, the king is a problem, long-term problem. Weaknesses in the pawn structure. I mean, it doesn't really get worse in chess. Not a lot worse in chess than this.
Yeah, I bet white has so many resources, so many ways of playing it. That it's just, we could for sure say that Harika is going to win this game. There's absolutely zero doubt on that.
Can someone tell me how much they need to win or how many games they need to play? So forget hype. They're playing. There's 3 parts to this match, right? They're playing 3 different time controls, 5+1, which we're currently in. It's the first one, the longest one that takes 90 minutes. Then there's an hour of 3+1. And then there's 30 minutes of bullet chess 1+1. So we still got a lot more chess up ahead. Now, how much do they win? Well, you just watch the number of points. The person who gets the most points in the match is winning. And so right now it is 3.5, 2.5 for Harika. If she wins, it's going to be a 2-point edge.
Yeah, and we are currently under 15 minutes of the first portion, and it has been extremely, extremely close so far. B5, another practical way to distract the queen. What's happening on queen B5, I have no idea, but we have already queen C2 on the board. And once again, I repeat over and over again, white's position is so great that it doesn't really matter what move you do as long as you don't blunder anything serious.
Yeah, when you have to play moves like that. Okay, knight D4. What's a rook E1? Just play rook E1 because it's an absolutely obvious move. And you just got to get the rooks into the game to win. You can't really win without the rooks, I think. Okay, but that's good. Sure. Like the D4 square, beautiful outpost, putting a knight there, great and simple plan. I totally agree. Totally agree. And I just got to say that, as soon as Harika switched to D4 sidelines, the games started to go in her favor with white.
Yeah, I'm kind of, disappointed a little bit at Corey's opening choice in this game because it doesn't look like that there was a fight in this game. Not
Right.
at all, I would say. It was just a autopilot that puts your plane into the rock.
I would say the culprit is this move, Dina. I mean, like this is a very
Bishop
strange
G4,
move.
you mean?
Yeah, because I mean, I understand pins are sometimes nice or sometimes not. Like this is not obviously a very dangerous pin. The knight's already being protected by the other knight. And I think the whole point of this line, like when you're breaking the pin with these aggressive moves, the whole point must be to get this bishop. Like you got to get something for the fact that white has more space, that white has that you have these weaknesses. I mean, I would try this move for sure. And what do we do after that? Yeah, the C6 move. Sometimes they have this pawn on E6, right? So C6 is a little bit weird in terms of that, but they might have to go E6, protecting this pawn in some way. E6, Queen E7. Okay, the pawn on C6 stands a little strangely for that plan, I admit. So maybe we have to make some adjustments. Maybe C5 even, but yeah, I mean that's why I actually thought, Dina, that she would go for this like immediately, right?
Yeah,
Like, without committing the pawn here, so she has more flexibility. But that seems to be the main idea. So she kind of like went with bishop G4, and this kind of move, because it doesn't serve a real purpose, and she never got white's bishop. I mean, like, what is the bishop doing here, right? There should be a knight there.
Yeah, in those positions, bishop is better on c8. It's already half developed. And on your left, we currently see the position that is in the board. And it's true, there is not such a big fight going on. We see that Corey is at 4 seconds only. She's desperately trying to save this game, but seems like absolutely zero chance for her to do that.
Well, she's down. Yeah, she's down a bishop here, and there's not really any threats. So, and I think already she's lost a pawn on f3 and resigned. Yeah. So yeah, you need to like, I mean, definitely control the center somewhat in chess, right? And this game, white just pushed through the center, and that's why she won so easily. So nice line by white. I guess I'll study it.
That's it. The center, baby.
I'm here to learn some openings from Harika.
Oh, me, absolutely as well. I am going to play the Olympiad. I need to learn from these players.
Yeah. Harika, back to A6.
As if I haven't learned anything from the candidates for 3 entire weeks, but that's
right. No, but that's the thing. For us, it might be more useful to watch these games, right?
Oh yeah.
If we're not playing the Berlin, then
or anti-Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. A6. Isn't that so to be? No, it's not Chibanenko, because Chibanenko is with pawn on C6 instead of D6, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the name of this move, guys. Again, yeah, it's like these new things that are being become more popular recently. I don't think this has been named at all, this little pawn move.
Yeah, it's a Daisy move. Daisy.
Oh wait, but now can't she take? She's going to take the pawn. It's the whole idea, isn't it?
And have a better version of a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Wait, this is like a Botvinnik variation, except the black pawn is not on C6, so I think it's better for black. This is so funny. Ooh. I mean, she's got to take the pawn, and then it's like, this is the Botvinnik variation, guys. You protect your pawn, and then they win your knight, but you're like, no, not so fast.
There's G5 coming.
And then they sack the knight, and this is totally a Botvinnik variation, except that instead of having a pawn on C6, black has a pawn on A6, which I think is just better. And
how does it help us? I mean, it's definitely better. How does it help us? Let's say bishop E7. What do we have right now?
You can do knight D7 as well. You can do.
Ooh, it happened. But there is
all of this is on the board. Okay, so she took
E4.
Oh, A4. Okay, well,
A4 is such a bad move.
Yeah. Because now like black is going to have B4 square. Although, I mean, can you go E4? Yeah, actually, it's just, here we go, 8-5.
A5. Yeah, it's kind of like an improved version of Queen's Gambit accepted for white, but still not enough. On E5, we will see once again H6 and G5, as we just saw, Irina showed us. And looks like a free pawn without any compensation for now.
Yeah, Dina, I'm curious. Arun says Ding Liren legendary exit during the Dina interview is becoming very popular on YouTube. What is that about? I haven't seen it. What was so legendary about his exit?
Oh, I mean, you saying you didn't see that meme, you must have missed the biggest action of Madrid so far. Are you at least familiar with Mis Amigos?
No.
Irina. Shame on you. Now you have to say it on camera. Mis Amigos.
Mis Amigos.
Okay, now you're back to the pop chess meme culture. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. So what is it all about?
Okay, so basically Ding is so shy and so cute that he's just afraid of like, maybe he's afraid of camera, that like whenever we would finish the interview and I would like thank him, he would immediately try to run away, and it would always be recorded on camera. So our editors somehow made this genius idea of putting all his quitting the interview ways all together in one, and it's so worth I'll send it later after the commentary.
Oh yeah, I want to see it. That sounds like a really fun clip to watch.
Yeah, kudos to our editors. They've done an amazing job on that.
So let's see what's going on in this position. White did get their pawn back. They do have a nice center. Black has the bishop pair. Some pieces are traded, so like Black's space disadvantage is not going to be such a big problem here. But okay, I mean, I would also say, Dina, the queen and f6 is looking pretty nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, we can see a clear pawn. I mean, can we see the pawn? No, we don't see the. Wait, where's the pawn?
There is no pawn. It's been taken on c4.
Okay, we don't see the pawn, but we see advantage in the development. And we see d4 now, weakness, backward pawn. Queen is coming to g6, as you're pointing out. And wow, I would love to see the bishop c8, d7, c6. Yeah, and the difference in this situation compared to when we usually are expecting e5, d4 pawn structure for white is that d6 is not an outpost.
Always, make sure you see your opponent's possible checks, guys. Not that queen e4 is very dangerous, but it is an idea in the position, actually. Yeah, you see, like probably white is trying to defend against that. And now, what can black do? Well, white's idea is bishop d3. So we must figure that out. Is that dangerous to us? Like, where's our queen going? Because the queen is nearly trapped. Like queen g5, h4, queen f4, g3, I win your queen. Queen d4, bishop b5, I definitely win your queen. So like, now we got to figure out what we're doing about that move, right? So this is the prophylaxis in chess. Super important. Maybe h5. Bishop d3 looks really problematic. I mean, like, I was thinking, like, let's go there so our queen can move over. It's actually kind of a cool move because your pawn can keep going. Although, I don't know, there's stuff that white can do in the center, but now she's trying to go here. Isn't bishop d3 just like a really big issue? I mean, are you planning f5? That's probably what she's planning. Because as I was showing earlier, oh wait, no, you don't have to get your queen trapped. Your queen can just go back. Oh yeah, okay. You don't have to go into my lair to find, wait, why is this not, oh, because now you can take the pawn and there's no bishop b5. Okay. Yeah, her move actually kind of stopped that. Okay, so actually bishop d7 looks okay.
Yeah. Bishop d7, you remember I called it, and but yeah, you feel the danger. You feel the danger of bishop d3. That's also understandable, but well, still, I mean, my preference is still on the black side.
Yeah, so she played h5. I think quite understandably, this bishop is definitely coming here. And I agree. I mean, I do feel like it's easier to play as black, and black might be castling queenside in this game.
That would be so typical.
Ooh, how about g5? Let's just go with g5. Let's have some fun.
Nice. I love that.
I mean, I guess queen f4 is also good, I have to admit, because this is a double attack. This is my next thing to say.
Yeah, that also is a very nice move. And well, weaknesses: d4, h4. I'd say black has no rush on winning the d4 square, because d4 pawn, because it's gonna be there forever. And once again, I'm pointing out that white doesn't have any counter plan, because there is no such a thing as 94, 96, because the c7 protects d6 square. So everything is so much in black's favor here. I would even say I'm surprised why the evil bar says it's almost equal. Something like long castle, bishop c6. 92 happens. Queen takes h4, d5. Ooh, someone is in the mood to fight.
Right. So after queen f4, white just played knight e2, giving up the h4 pawn, and then trying to stir something up in the center, although she's not really threatening anything at the moment. Rook d8 looks like a very reasonable move. Rook c1 played instantly. Oh, wow. Daisy again, severely pressured on the clock with just 24 seconds against 2 minutes.
Yeah, that girl is not afraid of time troubles. Maybe it's the thing for Corey. Maybe her mind works better when she's under time pressure.
Rook c7.
I'm just making it up, obviously. Trying, to create content out of nothing.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, white does have a really strong pawn on d5, like lots of centralization. I would say black's knight at the moment on a5 not looking very good. So Corey has a good position, but very little time. And probably, I think for this kind of position, it's very difficult to maintain control, because it's not like, it's an advantage, but it's a dynamic advantage where you can easily lose it. Like already right now, who knows what's going on? Like bishop e6 is like, can I just protect my pawn? Bishop e6 and then just like queen g5, or you're attacking
h5. Yeah, watch out h5. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed with the way things have changed. I think black had a very long-term and stable advantage, and now it's kind of so dynamic, as you said.
Yeah, g6 though, knight d5 and knight f6 looks unpleasant. So I actually don't think this is like absolutely crazy to just kind of move the bishop, protect the pawn, but I agree that I probably should look for other moves. Like yeah, there's also d4 somewhere. Interesting that, I mean, you pretty much have to take it. Wow, no, she says no. Really?
Yeah.
All right.
No, Corey has done a great job. I mean, she kind of saved herself out of a trouble she was going to get herself into. But that being said, 15 seconds on the clock. I bet we're gonna see a lot of ups and downs. Speaking of, bishop f5.
Yeah, not a bad move, hitting the rook. Now, like knight e takes f5, and anything cool that we can do here? I don't see anything. f4 is nice.
I love that move. Look at white.
h4 is threatened.
Moving move by move.
Yeah, h4 was a very annoying move, and
no check from black. No mate.
Yeah, no check.
I mean, h4 not possible.
Knight f5, king g3. Now your king gets beautiful.
And you gotta go b4 and 97. There was b4 and 97.
Yeah, first you'll just go check, take the pawn, put the knight on f6.
Oh, watch out, b2 pawn.
Yeah.
Be careful with that one. Check.
Rook f3.
No mates, please.
Okay,
no mates.
She's still got everything under control.
Yeah, no, this is totally winning for white.
Whoa, okay, e6.
E6. Oh, that's a little bit too fast.
Knight d5. Cool.
Wow.
I like what Corey's doing here.
So
she's got her opponent pinned, and she's like not in a hurry.
Yeah, e7.
Rook f7. I guess you got to take. I don't know. E7. Ooh.
Oh, what was that?
Oh no. What is going on? Wait.
What?
Okay, white's winning now.
Oh gosh.
White's winning.
Oh gosh.
She has 2 seconds.
No.
But I think she's.
Oh,
D1 was winning. D1 was winning.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. She played a little too late.
Oh no, D1.
Black had a big tactic there.
Oh, that was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And now it's completely lost. Congratulations to Corey. She has made it to 3.5 versus 4.5. Super tense match. And haven't we finished the portion of 5+1?
Well, I guess either
a new game.
either
It's
it's
gonna be
a
the last
new game or
unless it's gonna be aborted.
yeah, or it's going to be aborted. Let's see. Sometimes the players automatically start. Although I would like to see another one of these.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was super exciting. That was really impressive by Corey. She was in a tough situation there, and she basically beat Harika in total randomness at the end. But she did good stuff there. There were a lot of good moves along the way.
Yeah, Corey like had a very bad position after the opening. We were criticizing a lot, but yet managed to pull herself together and take the initiative. And the whole second part of the middle game was definitely on Vyde's favor. And then
I do feel like Harika, such a huge time advantage, like cannot be happy with that game just because of that.
And we see Harika here very unhappy, but in fact, it's just her being concentrated. It's more than anything else.
Yeah. So now we have something that looks like it's coming out basically of like it's an English opening. We got this and Black is probably going to be setting up a hedgehog, a cute little animal. Although Queen A5 is a bit of a weird move. Like, what's the point of that?
Queen A5. Oh. Bishop A3. That's a very weird idea.
Kind of, right? But the problem is it's costing you time to trade this bishop. Like, you do want to trade pieces when you have less space, but the problem is you're behind in development. You got all these pawns on light squares, and white is just super strong in the center. So I do think that overall that was just not a very classical kind of approach by Daisy, and her position now is unpleasant. She has a lot of weak squares on the dark squares that she needs to watch out for.
I'm kind of asking myself, isn't that like a rule that in Sicilian Black does not want to trade dark squared bishop? Mm-hmm. And I mean, with the D pawn is backwards. It's super weird. I mean, I'm no Sicilian player myself, but looks so weird.
Yeah, like this is definitely where we're seeing Daisy kind of struggle with some of these weird decisions. I mean, because you're just not going to equalize the game. But it's
clearly a bad opening repertoire or preparation, or like call it whatever you want. But it's like you're coming with this from home and you're already like playing a worse position.
That's the thing. Here's the thing. It's not so much opening repertoire. She just doesn't really. There's no way you can really prepare for all the various things Harika can do. I mean, I've prepared for Harika a lot, and she.
When you were sharing the room in Gibraltar?
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
She's got a very wide opening repertoire. I've played her like many times in pretty big situations. And so, of course, she can do anything, right? This is one of the things that she can do. Now, it's not very dangerous or anything. So there's no particular reason why Daisy would be preparing like these lines, because, your opponent's not actually really putting you under too much pressure, right? But it's these decisions that you make, right? Although I would say there is some poison to this line for white, right? It's like it is kind of some space advantage with this pawn. So Black has to know something. But the problem is that she's improvising with moves like this and like this, right? Where it's just really not seen in these positions. So I think it's just like, like let's say she would play in this position, like what could she do, right? Okay, she's probably already worse, by the way. I'm already not sure we got equality. Not sure even where exactly she made.
Yeah, I see your point. I see your point. Yeah. So basically, the biggest lesson we can take out of this situation is that the more different kinds of openings you try and play, the better you understand what are the move orders and the transitions which are good for you. And this is how you get to outplay your opponents out of nothing, like literally just drift here and there. Oh, got a better opening, the structure got a better version of the opening, which is supposed to be equal, and now you have the advantage, and now you just rock it.
Maybe extra pawn here for white, Dina? What do you think?
Ooh, already sounds like a big thing.
Does Harika want to just take herself a pawn? It looks pretty good, honestly.
Okay, what's the line? Knight takes c6?
Pawn takes and bishop takes. Like, how is that not just an extra pawn? Like, what am I missing?
It is. Oh, but white is thinking, is there such a thing as...
It's really funny. I see the computer doesn't even like look at any of these moves. So he thinks like the position is so good, you don't even need to win a pawn.
Oh,
But you know,
that's so
but
deep.
like obviously you should just take a pawn when you can.
Yeah, you just take the pawn. I mean, but I love the idea of there is no rush needed. It's just already so good. You
Yeah,
don't
I
have
see
to
like a
force
move
it.
like that. Like I would be shocked if Harika played there. But you know, okay, look at that. She is going for something similar, like Queen F4.
Queen F4, nice.
I mean, she's still threatening Knight C6, so that seems to be the main idea.
And if E5?
E5, I guess you're taking the
Knight
knight.
C6, attacking the queen makes sense.
Yeah, like this is beautiful queen there, isn't it? Like
Indeed.
well, I mean, it's been bad and it's being put in the corner for punishment.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, I see a little bit of Nepo here on the screens whenever people are subscribing. That's so sweet of having this, you know, wake of the challenger here with us, commentating a Women's Speed Chess Championship 2022. Right. So white is...
The lesson is don't play against
here.
Harika. She's too strong. Well, Harika, you know, you do have to kind of think about, you know, those sidelines. What are you going to do when she starts going into that? So just I think that was probably a little bit of a hole in Daisy's approach to the match.
I totally disagree with that statement. You do want to play better players. You do want to lose. You do want to learn from your losses. This is how we improve in chess. So D5, C takes D5, Knight takes D4. There we go with the pawn.
Rook takes D4. Rook takes D4. I mean, well, I don't know. Like she's so winning, she can play Queen D4. She probably will. Yeah,
that's correct.
I mean, I was a little loath to trade off that horrible queen, but honestly, like, you know, white is just dominating with the extra pawn and the rook coming in and the knight coming in. So she doesn't need to do anything fancy. She just needs to keep it simple.
Yeah.
So here's our current position.
That's when you know how good you actually are, that you don't even need to force anything. The pawn will just get into your hands itself. I kind of like
Daisy is pretty much losing every opening, says Pumpkin the Cat. Yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you, Pumpkin. I mean, ever since, you know, she stopped getting the French positions where she was doing fine. Yeah, she's definitely struggled in the opening.
Wait, does that mean that's Corey is 3.5 to 4.5, so she almost has almost even score.
Yeah,
and that's with so many troubles in the openings. Imagine how strong she would be if the opening's choice was reversed.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's actually incredible.
I do think this is a very reasonable score from her, and she's been fighting well. But it would really help her out if her time management was better and if her opening positions were better. So,
I mean, Daisy with a proper opening repertoire and, I mean, not that, what I just said, but like not being bad after move 10 and equalizing and time management, that would be just a 2700 Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we could all use some of that, right?
Yeah, just a little bit of improvement here and there. You're perfect. You're the candidates. You're one of the candidates.
So you are going to be playing in the Olympiad. Dina, is this going to be your first Olympiad?
Yeah, that's going to be my first Olympiad, and I'm so excited about it. A little bit nervous, obviously, but I don't know what I'm nervous most of the fact that it's being in India or the fact that it's going to be playing on the Olympic team. But
is it like the food stuff, you know, because I know sometimes people are concerned about that when they go to India. Although, I got to tell you, I can just share my personal experience. I mean, I was there a very long time ago, but I was there like 3 times over a period of 6 years over a period of 4 years. And I never had any trouble with food in India, like never had any stomach issues, like nothing, you know, over all those trips. And I know some people suffered with that, but I don't know, for some reason I didn't. I also like Indian food. I like lots of lentils, vegetarian, vegan food. So it's like, I don't know. It suited me.
Wow, that's so inspiring. Thank you so much, Harina. And for those of you who are wondering why we discuss Indian food instead of the position on the board, it's basically pretty boring here simply because white is absolutely winning. And it's just a matter of time whenever black will resign or not. But on that note, Harina, I am super super pleased to hear what you just said.
See,
and
it's
I'm
not
so
always,
much
it's
looking
not only
forward to
negative,
it.
right? I mean, actually,
Yeah.
well, India, actually was my favorite country to visit. That's another thing I can share. I mean, I haven't been there for so long, so it's kind of like I lost that kind of contact with the country, but I really enjoyed my trips there. I liked, everything about it. I liked, being able to like stand on a traffic light and, look to my right and, realize I'm standing, next to an elephant. I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, you don't see that in America. So
I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward so much, just as I'm looking forward for the second portion of our match, which is going to be 3+1. But before that, Irina, are we allowed to take a short break?
I guess we are going to take a short break. It looks like this game has finished with Harika winning. So she's going to 5.5, 3.5 as we end the 5-minute portion. It's been a close match, exciting games. Corey's been fighting well. And we will see you on the other side of the short break. Hey guys, we have a really exciting event coming up for you this weekend on chess.com. It is the Blitz Champs. Your favorite NFL stars will be competing for their share of a $100,000 charity fund. Legendary wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald will be joined by some of the biggest names in the league. Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper, Dallas Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, top 5 draft pick Kayvon Thibodeau, and others. It all goes down on July 9th and 10th right here on chess.com. How exciting to bring big names from the field of sports into the chess world for a charity drive, Dina. I love the idea.
Absolutely, and so do I. And speaking of stars, today we have a very special matchup between two brilliant stars of chess, Harika Dronavali and Daisy Corey. Both of them are Olympic players. So we see here the predictions, the stats that we had right before the match. As we pointed out, Harika had 71% probability of a win, which I do not agree with. Personally, the match has been super tense, super close so far. 5.5 to 3.5, but yeah, super tense. It all can change any second, and we're now entering to the second portion of this match with 3-1. No, 3-1.
Yeah, I think in general, like the faster the time, the more random it gets. So usually better for the lower rated player, I think. So I'm not so worried about Corey, although I have to say, I mean, Harika is just quite a fast player. So this might favor her even more. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet who is actually going to be favored by this 3+1, but we are going to see it soon. And yeah, it's expected that Harika wins this portion by 1 point by Smarter Chess Stats. And the bullet, which will come after that, is a 5-5 prediction. We'll see. And Daisy is now playing knight f3. Wow. So she's like changing some things up in her repertoire. Harika also going for like a Grunfeld type. It's going to like symmetric Grunfeld type of idea. Will Black play c5 here? Or, okay, she goes for c6, more solid.
A little bit more passive. Irina, I just realized that I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but the Smarter Chess Stats was absolutely right with the score on the 5+1 version. 5.5 to 3.5. That's impressive. Geez, how did they make it? That's
Yeah, and
exactly the score that we have right now. All right, so our next goal is to avoid 5.5 to 4.5. Let's see if they will manage to do it.
so Daisy pulling away from the bishop taking her knight. Of course, White's development leaves something to be desired. I guess knight c3 is just the obvious move here. Rook d8. I'm pretty sure she will like put that rook on d8 because that seems to be her whole concept. And yeah, I definitely don't like where this is going for Corey because it's a little too passive to have the knight pulled back on c2, and Black's pieces are putting pressure on the center. c5 is going to happen soon. Also, I would say even like knight b4 is an idea. Trade off that knight. Okay, interesting. I mean, knight b4.
I love the center. Yeah, I love the center, but I see that it creates more weaknesses here, so it's kind of unpleasant.
Now there's a lot of ideas. I kind of like knight b4 because if you think about it, the knight on a6 is not a good piece, right? So like, where could it really go? I mean, you're not going to put it on c5 because, well, that loses for many reasons. But I mean, first of all, I can just take it. I do think, knight b4, yes, there goes Harika trading off her poor knight on the side of the board.
There was this option knight c7, but yeah, knight b4 is already played on the board. Okay.
The point here, Dina, is that the d4 pawn is going to come under pressure because after knight takes, queen takes, you can't even really go bishop e3 because the b2 pawn hangs.
Yeah, that makes sense. And once again, just as in previous games, we see Corey being in a worse position, and the huge difference here is that Corey is playing white. So it's kind of really, really sad. So Self-Destroyer says that Corey got a very tough match in the first round. Well, for example, if you think back to yesterday's Self-Destroyer, Humpy versus Zagnidze, people who were at the peak of their ratings, in the high 2500s, 2600s, don't you think they got a tough pairing too against each other? I would say, both of them can say, I got a really tough pairing in the first round. It's just like that. These are the top female players in the world. So, yeah, certainly I agree that Corey got a difficult pairing, but I can think of a number of other pairings that would be just as difficult, probably every single one of them. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's Women's Speed Chess Championship. It's the round of 16. Everybody here is super strong. Everybody here is super tough opponent. And this is why we're watching it, because it's one of the best chess players in the world, women chess players in the world competing. And we want to have more of these tournaments, by the way, but that's another story. Yeah.
So let's take a look what has happened here in the last couple of moves. After she went knight b4, so Corey put the knight on the side of the board. I don't know, it doesn't feel very convincing, does it? Queen b5 and knight c5. Wow, okay. So do you know that there's queen c5 as a move here? Isn't there tactics on the board and she just played it?
It's so easy. Wait, it's actually very easy. D takes c5, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and knight c2, and 2 pieces for rook.
Even more, even more.
Oh my gosh, this is just a self-destroyment. Oh wow. My goodness.
So,
oh my lands. Oh my lord. The
game is pretty much is over.
The game is over.
A pretty big
We haven't started yet. We haven't even started yet.
Yeah, queen takes c5, nice little move based on a pin, based on this unprotected knight. Remember I told you guys how you don't want to have that knight on c2? Well, I didn't know something so bad was going to happen to it, but this is
you could feel it. I'm sure you could feel it. So that's that's what they call an intuition of a high-level chess player.
Well, actually, okay. So I mean, right now things are not as bad as I thought. I mean, they're not good, but like White hasn't actually lost those 2 pieces. I guess the problem is this knight is still pretty bad, and probably like bishop c4 will happen at some point.
Bishop c4 looks just devastating.
Yeah, so she played rook d8. Rook d8 looks good. Bishop e3. I mean, the problem is there's issues all over the place, right? Like you can barely make a move without running into something here. And then there's that pawn, on b2, that is getting hit by the bishop. So the problem here is that white cannot set up that harmony. I know we have someone in the audience who kind of appreciated me talking about piece harmony before, but like white doesn't have that here. She tried to stop knight g4, but I mean, what a mess there on the back rank. Can't move the bishop. You got to go bishop f3, or I guess, I don't know, bishop f1 loses the game to bishop c4.
Yeah, it just loses on the spot. Well, it's so hard to find words here to describe what white just did to themselves.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, there was this funny move e5 and trying to like set up a checkmate a little earlier. But, when you have a couple of extra pawns and your opponent's in a pin, you can't really complain.
I absolutely agree with that one.
You can't have everything, right? It's like...
Yeah. You need to be satisfied with what you have already.
Yeah, okay. Actually, bishop h6 you don't really have because the knight is
There is f4 for now.
Protecting the rook.
But then there is e5, It's all coming to all one destroyment, explosion. King to b... Wow.
I would just go like knight
Selfmate?
d4. Oh, bishop d4. Huh.
Okay. Wow. I mean, Harika needs to be careful with the time, but other than that, things seem to be completely winning for...
Yeah, she hasn't played very precisely here. She's let her opponent out a bit, so she's probably going to flag her somewhere.
Watch that king. Watch that king, baby. He's coming.
I don't know why. Okay, yeah.
The king is coming for you.
I mean, if Harika messes this up, this would be insane. Like, and I think she is messing it up.
Oh, it is already messed up.
It's totally messed up.
Oh my God,
totally
it's completely winning now for white. How did that happen?
Wow, that would be horrible.
Rook a3, no?
Oh
my gosh.
No, actually, is she winning? No, it's not winning anymore.
Now it's a draw. But wait, that was... Yeah, and it's a stalemate.
That's so disappointing for Harika. She had the most dominating position. That was so dominating that she must be kind of disgusted with that because, I mean, she was up 2 pawns. Her opponent couldn't move, and she just got sloppy. I guess she tried to flag her, but it was definitely a bit sloppy.
Irina, the last time control they have, the more I actually think that Daisy's play is more and more dangerous for Harika. I think Daisy has more chance the lower time control is.
I agree. Just, in that sort of randomness.
Yeah, and moving the mouse, just move the mouse. That's all online chess is about, even if Vladimir doesn't agree with that. But that's another meme. No need to comment on that.
Yeah, actually, I do know about that one because I saw what he posted on chess.com, which I think
it's online chess. Hello.
It will be a legendary statement forever. It will live on forever. Like, thank you, thank you for inviting me to play, but I don't want to participate in this moral degradation. Well, he's kind of old school like that, and I mean, I think it's always good to hear the opinions of the top players.
Absolutely. The more opinions we have, the more truth we got.
Yes.
Since there is never one truth. So we got what's happening here? Why they're taking time?
Well, I just wanted to point out that she played the Dutch defense.
Why are we thinking the move number 2? 30 seconds on move number 2. That's
they're further along. I'm just a little bit behind. I'm just pointing out that like Daisy's opening is something new, and she hasn't tried it out yet. And definitely, they already have a very non-standard position right here. Not the worst thing I've seen Daisy get. Actually, I kind of even wonder if she just wants to like put the pawn on e5 at some point.
Yeah, that would be good. Pawn on e5. c6, I also like it's a kind of creating the barrier, to blocking the bishop on f3.
Yeah.
Also blocking the knight on d4. And there we go, e5. For now, there is no threat because there is a pin, but the king will go away. I kind of, for the first time, noticed that Daisy has an advantage out of the opening. Maybe she was right taking 30 seconds on move number 2. I mean, I'm not joking. That wasn't the case. Yeah, that wasn't the case. But g4, what is this? Ooh, we can.
Yeah, well, this is a desperation kind of move. So white has just a bad position here. Actually, one of the rare positions where Harika comes out quite badly from the opening, and the reason she's not doing well is because black has super strong center while white just basically has that one pawn on d3. And as soon as black castles, like white's knight is going to have to go back to some terrible side square like b3. She might get her bishop at some point trapped with g4, you know, d5. So she tries to say, okay, look, I want to go knight f5, whether it's good or bad, I got to get my knight to some semi-decent square. I think it's a reasonable decision because, you know, when you have a bad position, you just make the best of it. And in my opinion, that was fine. Although she decided ultimately not to go for that. I don't know. Maybe she just thought that these pawns would be too terrible. And after d5 and like knight d7, I mean, yeah, white's position is very ugly. Bad pawn structure, bad control over the center. What can you say?
Everything is just so bad. I mean, it's I'm impressed. I'm impressed with, you know, also thinking like, no, it's all good. But this is why we enjoy this match. It's because it's very tense. One game, Corey is completely lost out of the opening. Another game, she just overplayed Harika in what, 5, 6, 7 moves?
Yeah, she did. Although we just had like big changes on the board, and
on that note,
and,
we just got
and things are no
changes.
longer very clear, Dina, because queens have come off the board. There were some tactics on the e-file. And I mean, yeah, things are definitely not so bad for white. They got rid of that awkward knight on b3. Although right now, I don't know, rook f1 felt pretty bad. She wants to go f4, but knight f3 stops it.
Knight f3 comes first, and now f2 is a backward pawn and a weakness, and then knight e5, as you pointed out, and knight g4. And the pawn might also come to g4. Ooh, Harika must have been somewhere there was this dynamic that Harika didn't proceed with that was not easy to spot, and now I know black is doing it.
She shouldn't let this move happen. If white plays f4, her position at least kind of improves. I think the knight should have stayed where it was, and the other knight come to like help him out, because very important to keep that pawn there as it keeps both the knight and the rook passive.
I think it's still possible in a way. Knight f3 back, bishop takes, rook takes, rook a3, knight e5. Okay, black doesn't want to trade. Ooh, bishop e5. That's another way to avoid f4. Now knight e3. Now bishop f4. I love that. And knight g4. Well, it's kind of a headache. h6 pawn. The knight f5 protecting. Bishop takes f4. Pawn takes f4, and this seems like computer does not prefer that much black's position anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The rook e6 attacking the h6 pawn, but now can just knight h6 is not possible.
Yeah, Harika's position is really kind of improving. It might not be so great, but it doesn't look like as ugly as it was at some other points. Maybe rook e5, yeah, like
king d6.
King d6, yeah.
I want to see king d6, please. I really want to see king d6.
Good move, Dina. Yeah,
it's an end game. We need to bring the end game. Oh, bring the king. Sorry, we need to bring the king to the end game.
Oh, there's some tactic here. Where is it? Oh, what is the tactic? I wish we could. Hold on, I want to find.
No. Yes. Wait. Don't miss the action. Make sure not to miss the action.
All right.
Something tells me it's gonna be more and more tactic there.
All right.
Okay, what was the tactic?
Rook g5. Okay, so like. Looks like it's pretty good for black, but I guess there's still okay. Yeah, knight f6, tricky move. Defending the pawn, and
knight e8 check incoming. Careful.
Yeah, the rook can't move. That's the problem. Now she's tied to the knight. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Is that checkmate?
Mate! Oh. It's a mate.
Oh wow. She got herself checkmated.
I told you knight e8 was coming. Oh my lands.
That is insane, that game.
Oh my goodness. That was beautiful though. That was the first checkmate we saw in this match. And I bet in many matches.
She goes up 7-4.
Wow, Harika, bravo. Congratulations. Well done so far. But it's too early to congratulate, obviously.
So they have another one of these like symmetric Grunfeld lines. Harika did really well out of that in the last time they had this. So, I mean, now it's, of course, a little bit different. But let's see. I mean, in general, these sort of positional games are not as much in Daisy's favor. Right now, she's got to deal with the attack on the c4 pawn. So that's how that's why she protects it. And now I wonder if Harika will go knight a6 or knight d7. I wonder.
Knight a6 makes more sense. And there we go. Also knight b5 should be should be a nice headache to white. Then queen b6 followed by queen b6 and that's why we see a3. But then
a4. A4, can you do it?
Ooh,
she does
very sneaky.
Now you got to take and then take the pawn.
Very sneaky.
Right. So it's not even necessarily so bad for white. But, you know, of course, these doubled pawns are rather weak. Knight c5, what do you think?
I love that. Knight c5, that's so funny. No, knight c7, also good. Because, you know, this bishop on c3, it's
actually,
kind of bad.
I just want to show this for a second. Like, this is not such a dumb move, guys. The idea is I'm using these pins, right? Like I'm doing a double attack on the queen and pawn. If you take me, I trade the queens and I get your bishop. Now, we have to evaluate this position, but this knight is quite far away from the action. I'm about to recapture. And and also I'm attacking your rook, right? So I'm definitely fine. Yeah, I'm definitely like capable of taking both pawns and being fine. And so I think it was really worth looking at that tactical move. You know, typical when you got that diagonal knight c5 happens a lot. So, you know, we want to keep that tactic in mind. But she played knight c7, which is, you know, attacking this pawn. Also looks fine.
The curious thing is that we have something similar on the board. I was just about to say that a4 and a3 weaknesses might be compensated by b7, and this is what we see right now. White's rook is on b7, white has traded a4 pawn to b7, and I am not sure if that was a good decision for black.
Yeah, SKA says, Irina, do you know there's a fashion brand called, is it I Crush? I didn't know I started a fashion brand, Dina. I really,
well, now you do. Now you do.
I agree. It's a pretty good name.
I've just spent 3 weeks with my client, and the whole story every single day was about how my client used to be the same signature how Mike had the same signature as Michael Kors. And that it was
funny. Because I was thinking maybe the same signature as a Calvin Klein.
I mean, also, yeah, but his was Michael Kors. But yeah, sure, start your brand. But I mean, first you become a grandmaster and then you start your own brand. So first thing first, I mean, you already became a grandmaster, so there is nothing that can stop you. As Magnus Carlsen would say himself, sky is the limit.
Oh yeah, he's inspirational like that. You know, I gotta say, I do like black in this position, and I think the problem for white, well, there's a lot of problems. I mean, the one problem is that there's really poor coordination of the pieces, terrible knight on g2, not good bishop on c3, rooks are not connected. Who knows, this one might get trapped on b7. So like the only decent piece is the queen. There's a million tactical threats, you know, knight c3, bishop d4. Harika looks to be outplaying her opponent again. Ooh. So white tried to protect the pawn.
Dangerous woman, outplaying here and there in every position. And now black is again in advantage. One thing I want to point out is that this pawn on a3, one could think that it's actually like a pass pawn and everything is cool about it, but it's blocked. So here it's a clear weakness. And it's a very good example of how you need to be careful of your opponent's heavy pieces, not blocking your pass pawns like this. I think the biggest difference is that you simply see if this pawn, a pass pawn, has crossed the half of the board or not. If it hasn't and it's blocked already, then it's a clear weakness.
Yeah, and you know, black is actually threatening rook takes a3 with an annoying pin on the third rank. And this is why Daisy is kind of lost in thought here because, oh wow, she decides to do something pretty radical.
There was bishop b2. There was just bishop b2 protecting. Somehow it wasn't convincing. And now it's an exchange. Daisy has just sacrificed an exchange, hoping to get a fortress.
Yeah, this is not going to work out so well for her when you got 10 seconds to defend a position where you're down material.
You know, I would
generally not able to do it.
I would actually classify it as if only queens were not on the board, then life would be so easy. I think it's just about queens because the moment rook will come to c2, it's going to be very painful. I mean, it's not coming yet, though. No, but you see what I mean, right, Irina? You see what I mean? It's literally about queen's activity and queen together with rook. Because other than that, it would be a lot of chances to make it a draw. So this idea does come from somewhere. It has, let's say, the background for it. E5, I love that.
Okay, Harika won. Daisy lost on time.
It's a second flag.
Yeah, well, we know that Harika never loses on time based on the statistics that we saw before the match. Harika back to the French, so she's feeling so confident, 8-4, that she's like, all right, I'll let you have a better opening than you're getting in the other ones. And she knows about this move, right? She must have looked it up on the break, and she knows that now the knight is supposed to go to C2. Nice by Harika.
Wow, congratulations on having improved. Oh, she has just got a message from her coach, which is also possible. Queen B6, typical idea. Now bishop D3.
Okay, so castles. When is G4 gonna happen? How about here? G4. Yeah, it's fun. Come on, G4. Take the knight to F4.
Show your emotions. Knight H4, knight takes, bishop takes, and then F4. You're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No, it's fine. It's all fine.
Yeah, it was still. I wasn't losing any pawns yet.
Yeah, I was like knight F5. No, knight E5. There's the pawn on F4.
I mean, Pumpkin the Cat says this stream might be setting a new record for people asking about women's titles. Yeah, I agree. It's like it's been very confusing, and what do you think, Dina? I mean, just looking at the chat, like so many questions. Like, what do you think about all of that? Like, people are just genuinely confused, right? We have a lot of people new to chess, and then they're like, why do we have that? And
I think that is cool. It definitely means that we have so many more new people coming to our community, and that must have been connected somehow to Madrid and the candidates and to mis amigos and to all amigos that are out there. Yes, there are differences in titles, but that does not mean that women cannot fight for titles for all. For open, like Irina is Grandmaster, full stop, and Harika is Grandmaster, full stop. Your humble servant is Woman Grandmaster, myself, and Daisy is Woman Grandmaster. These are different titles. They are earned by rating, but no one stops you from playing better, having higher rating, and getting the highest title of all, which is Grandmaster. That was very short, very, very short. I mean, I doubt you have more questions. We'll get back to that later on. The moral of the story, everyone can choose their own title according to their performance.
So some of the questions are serious, but a lot of them are trying to start arguing about women in chess. I don't know. Is there really anything to argue about? Like, I think it's all very simple. The more women in chess, the better for, role models for younger girls getting into it. I think obviously better from the men's perspective as well. Like, why wouldn't you want to have more women in chess? I think any man would welcome that, right? It's usually the thing that men complain about is that, like, they're into chess, but their girlfriend or wife doesn't understand their hobbies. So, I mean, it's just obviously it's a no-brainer, right? We want more women getting into chess.
Absolutely. It's like in every field. It's like in business or politics. It's only by creating more role models that we can get this equality and this spread of all genders. But we also should not forget about, by the way, transgenders, about non-gender people. We should embrace everyone who wants to play chess without any specific segregation, if I could put it so. But that was a very political speech from me. I'm on my way to FIDE Presidential 2028.
Yeah, that was very diplomatic and very inclusive, Dina.
Thank you. Learning from the best.
Animals can't play chess, though. I don't know. You should see pictures of my cat Leopold. We got him there making some good moves. It's been captured on camera.
I kind of noticed that we have a chess game going on, so we might want to comment on a couple of moves here and there.
Well, let's comment that this French defense has been going very well for Harika, and she's got this nice little target. She just needs to make her knight better. Where would this knight be well placed? On F4? Maybe knight E1 to D3.
I'd love to see it on E3. Yeah. Did you just say that?
I was saying actually F4, but she can definitely look at this. Like, she's bringing her queen in.
Ooh.
can she go there yet or not yet? Because they trade and go F6. I mean, she probably can't go Queen D6 just yet. And this check is annoying, so she just made a prophylactic move getting out of the way. Good stuff.
Well played.
What I like about this position, Dina, is that actually Daisy has some time.
Wow, that's very surprising. Even more than Daisy has more time than Harika. That's nice. Watch out for Queen F4 coming. Be careful with that. I guess a simple G6 could solve the problems, although G5 is on air. I'm a little bit afraid of that. Queen E7. Yeah, I think everybody has their own reasons. Queen C3, so solid by Harika. Yet another signature move by Indian Queen. Queen takes C3, pawn takes C3. Oh, bishop D7 attacking B5. Did I just lose B5 on spot?
Oh, so 3-6. Well, they're going to still be even in pawns, even if black takes this one.
And the king
and the thing is, yeah, this bishop is still pretty bad. Black is definitely worse in this end game, although, yeah, they're going to try to play G5, of course.
Uh-oh, watch out, watch out. I mean,
you know what's kind of interesting?
And king E5. E6 and king E5. Yeah, I could tell you were looking at this move.
Yeah. That would have been really interesting. A beautiful kind of invasion of the king. Should I show them, or I guess we should just keep going, right?
Yeah, we should keep going. We have the action. We have the action here. It's gonna be so much more. I'm expecting so many jumps of the evil bar here. I mean, it's usual, but here in particular, wait, be careful with that king on H5, young lady. It's coming to you.
I mean, Grandpa Simpson, I see what you're writing there. Now we will get back to it as soon as this exciting end game is over. But right now, Harika, she's still better, right? She's still. Can't she go E6 here? Or no, she can't.
G6.
No.
Careful.
Yeah, E6. They can even take the knight and come back bishop B5.
Oh yeah, that would be a very big blunder. I was just about to say that I believe White will win here, just because so many resources.
Yeah, still not easy though. I mean, there's like this hidden potential of the H pawn that black has. Like, I mean, I don't really see what the winning plan is for white, and she doesn't have a lot of time to find it. I actually think like a draw is more likely unless someone goes really crazy, which Harika shouldn't do.
I believe instead of knight B4, it would have been better to play knight E7 and to attack B6 pawn before king would approach, and then pawn on B5 would be easy. But that was a draw. A little bit misfortune for white. And there we go with 8.5 to 4.5. Harika continues the lead. I would say now she looks way more confident in this match. Harika looks way more confident in this match. And I kind of see where that 70 to 30% comes from more and more with the games going on.
So Dina, let me get back to this interesting statement by Grandpa Simpson. He's like, he told us a little story where the idea was that someone told, a young girl that it would be hard for them to become a GM, if they have husbands and kids. Now, it's very interesting. You see, guys, the way I interpret that statement, I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a contrarian view, because I know I'm supposed to say, oh, how dare they say that? That's so sexist. Actually, what they're saying is just a fact. Like, to become a GM with a husband and kids is obviously hard. I don't even know if a single woman has become a GM after she's had had kids. The time to become a GM is before you get married and have kids. That's the whole point. Of course, people are becoming GMs as teenagers these days, guys, like 12 years old, 15 years old, 17. And that's the time to become a GM. That's the best time, right? Like, of course, you can do it in your 20s. No one becomes a GM in their 40s. Maybe we can find one person who's ever done it, right? So when the sentence like, it's harder to become a GM with, kids, of course it's true. It's just a fact. That's why you got to do it earlier, get in all of your accomplishments earlier before you got all those obligations. And just like same thing for a guy, like,
Absolutely.
How many GMs do you know become GMs when they're 40? I mean, like, just whether it's a man or a woman, very few, right? So I think I would interpret that statement as, being pretty accurate. Like, when I think back to all the women who become GMs, and there's only around 30 to 40 of them. So how many of them, Dina, do you know that became a GM after they had kids?
Well, I have several things to say on this note. As the game goes on and we see this amazing Carlsbad. Wow, and I'm like, okay, I'll make it super short. So first of all, it doesn't matter what is the gender, doesn't matter what is the profession. The trend that we see nowadays, 21st century, is that first you make your career and then you make kids. It's very rare when you make kids and then you take care of your career. But there are so many examples of players, now that we speak about women, who have achieved higher milestones after having had kids. Look at Alexandra Kostyniuk. When her child was, what, 6 or 8 months, she became world champion, world champion at the age of 24. Judith Polgar, right after giving birth to her first child, she went to the world top 10. She had her highest rating of all time. So that being said, it doesn't matter what gender you have, as long as you have a great support of your family, you can always succeed and do anything. And the example of becoming a GM, I think it's so relative. It's so subjective, because what is the difference? For someone, the milestone is GM. For someone, the milestone is world women's champion. For someone, the milestone is top world 10. It's just one of other examples. So I do think that we need to get back to the chessboards.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of good points you made, Dina. I have to say, I agree with a lot of that. I guess the thing when I just heard the thing about GM is that the truth is that it does need to get done kind of early in today's world, you know? Yeah. And so for a lot of those milestones that you mentioned, you know, like women's world champion or other just, you know, career milestones, like all of that is true. It's just that, you know, you need to get to a certain level quite early on. And it's certainly easier done when you don't have a lot of other obligations, you know? So yeah, I mean, but anyway, that's an interesting topic. It's an interesting topic, guys. I was not trying to say that, you know, your life is over if you got, you know, other obligations, but I do think there was some, you know, there was some factual thing that timing is important. There's a time for everything, and chess is getting younger. You definitely gotta reach certain milestones earlier and earlier. And so that what I mean, but yeah, I can see Grandpa Simpson in your story, that it could definitely be interpreted as, you know, having kind of a more negative slant for women. Yeah, I can see that. But if you just say, you know, should you become a GM, you know, before all those other things? Yeah, do it. That's right. The best time is before.
Yeah, absolutely. I would add 2 more things. First of all, I'm kind of grateful that this game has been super solid and calm, that with all those speeches, we haven't missed that action. And the second thing is, like, once again, it's not the matter of kids or obligations, it's a matter of how supportive your family is, because you can have 10 kids, but if you have an amazing family who takes care of it when you're on the competition, you're gonna do great. So it's just about having a happy family.
Yeah, well, all right. Is it possible to have 2 genders at once, says Arden? That's a really good question. We
really need to get back to this, Carlsbad, now that the D5 ball
we've look, it's like a hornet's nest. We've stirred up the nest, Dina. It's so fun when the nest is stirred up.
It's hard to get out of this circle of discussions. Yeah, but I mean, great. Indeed, this point should be discussed now that we commentate Women's Speed Chess Championship in a way. I really love the king on f3, by the way, coming to e4, but now the b2 pawn is attacked. Am I provoking you to get back to the chessboard?
Yeah, you are, Dina. You're steering me that way. And yeah, Daisy is much lower on time. She's got like a knight and pawn for the rook. She's got a strong center. Her knight is doing a great job of like holding on to things over here. And, you know, Black's rooks are not able to really get any open lines, get in a lot of action. But on the other hand, you know, yeah, I was going to say, if she starts pushing things, that's when things can open up for the rooks. It's not a bad move. She's probably just going to go king e3, maybe pawn f3, some simple moves. I do feel like White's got an edge, but of course the game is not over, because as the game opens up, then the rooks become more powerful. But for now, looks good.
I just realized that White is exchanged down. Was that a sacrifice or a blunder?
I'm pretty sure it was a sacrifice, because usually you don't get such a nice stable position when it's a blunder.
Absolutely. It actually looks absolutely winning even for White. Now bring that knight to e5, and that looks like a dream. Oh, and knight e7. No?
Okay.
97.
Now white has
95. 95. Rook is trapped. No, rook is not trapped.
Oh,
Wait.
why is this? Okay, it's actually the knight is maybe not that powerful there or something. Wow, still looks pretty good for, I don't understand this at all. Like the evaluation seems to be good for black, but now white has, oh, actually white has only one pawn for the exchange still. Okay, yeah, this has not gone well. Well,
what was that?
Now b4, oh, she just blunder that. Oh, now white can just trade.
Oh no, it's completely lost for white.
Yeah,
no,
it is lost.
What went wrong?
What went wrong is that her knight got too passive and the rooks got too active.
I think it was that d4 pawn, the key pawn that shouldn't have been given to black. Definitely, that was the source of all evil. Oh, wait, that's not over. That's not over. Pawn endgame was completely winning. Wait, why did not? Okay, it's not over. Rook f1 is not possible. Take the pawn on h5. It's gonna be a draw. It is gonna be a draw. Wow, what amazing job by Daisy. Daisy is about to save it. Wait, what? Black one on time? Third flag in this game? Are you kidding?
Yeah, black one on time. Harika is definitely, I mean, pretty good at flagging her opponents, but it's not that she's really flagging her opponents. I mean, that's just Daisy's own doing. That's her time management. You know,
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And look at Daisy. She's so cold-blooded. You don't see any emotion on her face, even when she gets flagged in a completely equal endgame, having saved.
Can I say one more thing, Dina, on this topic, as I see it's kind of continuing in the chat?
I'll
just tell you one little chess-specific thing, guys. So, for example, like MCES says something, very reasonable. Like some people would just say that people/women should take their masters before they have a family. Chess is quite specific. I just think that there are definitely so many other things that you can do in your career later in life. Becoming a GM is just like, this is the difference. You get your doctor's, degree when you're like 30, right?
Right.
But that's a normal time frame, right? For chess, it's not actually normal to do it that late, right? Like it is something. There's something about how the brain must be developed. Your skills have to be developed from a very early age. Where if you just don't do it by a certain point, and then you say, well, now I'm going to work really hard and become a GM when I'm 35, and 35 is not old for most professions, guys. Like you're at your prime. But I'm telling you, when it comes to chess, it is a lot harder, and there's very few people who do it at that age. And
shout out to Elizabeth Pett, who has just become
shout out to Elizabeth, absolutely. Elizabeth, on the verge of getting her title in her mid-30s, very unusual, right? Like, so I'm, that's the kind of thing that sort of stands out in the chess world, because these days, if you're not a GM by like your teens or your early 20s, your chances of actually doing it just go down. Now, the question is why it goes down. So I think if you're an IM, right, and you're like someone like Elizabeth, who's been like close to 2,500 for many years, the truth is like you can do it because you're that close. And so if life circumstances allow, and you can just like have that commitment to playing the top events, going to tournament after tournament, taking your chances to make those norms, you can definitely do it. But, if you're standing farther from that goal, right, and then you're like, at like master level or 2,300, and then you're like, okay, I want to become a GM. Well, that's going to be pretty hard. And I don't really know anyone who is making that type of improvement that late in their sort of chess playing. But okay, Dina.
I was like, watch me out in next 5 years. You'll see. No, I'm joking.
Is Irina a doctor? I don't know. I'm sure we can find
psychologist for sure. And you're a doctor in economy, apparently, with everything you've been discussing the 1 hour prior to the start of the show.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely following the economic events going on these days, as that's a big point of interest for me. And I can be a doctor of Twitter University. I love that term, because, people say that as a joke, but I found that, Twitter is an amazing place of information, right? Not for like petty disputes. Like that's not the interesting part of it. I know people like to use it for that as well. But if you're just going there finding smart people to follow, these people are giving away information for free. And you just like build your network of smart people you follow. That is actually what Twitter University, what that term means for me. And so I have been building that network, Dina, recently.
Yeah, and speaking of getting some stuff for free from chat's commentary, you can also get a lot of advice for free. And we should probably give them to you right now as the queen came to e5. The smoothest rendition ever. What has been going into this game? I'm not obviously in a mood to interrupt the amazing speech of Arena, but it feels like if Daisy does not find the way to strike back, she might easily lose this match.
I mean, my policy, Dina, is like when there's a 5-point gap in the match, then it's okay to talk about other things.
5-point gap in the match. So you're just basically saying you already buried Daisy's chances to save this match?
Oh, well, I'm making a joke, but I mean, obviously 5 points is a lot. Of course, I'm just kidding, but
yeah, no, she should fight. I mean, it's like in life, you should fight. Okay, no, seriously, I believe that Daisy can do it. I believe that she can make it back. She has a bullet portion in front of her. She has, I mean, what was the point difference in the previous match between Nana and Humpy?
Well, it ended up, the match ended 14-11, but there was 1 point in the match and several points in the match where Humpy was down by 3 points. So
okay,
3 points,
5.
and she never let it get bigger than that. Yeah, not 5, right? 5 is definitely big, right? But Humpy, I mean, she did amazing to come back from that 3-point disadvantage. All right, back to this position. Let's talk about what we're seeing here, guys. Harika, again, edge on the clock, symmetric pawn structure, some sort of advantage, actually. You can see big difference in the rooks. Her rook's on an open file. This rook is passively defending the pawn. Queen completely isolated on h6. Terrible queen. Not the first time in this match we've seen Daisy have a bad queen. She's already losing that pawn. She could have just taken that pawn right there.
Look at this queen.
Rook d7. I mean, I don't even know. She's got her choice of moves, but like white is just completely winning, and Daisy has no time to really turn this game around. Not that her position is really doable either. She's just given up the bishop, and it's time to resign. Okay, we tuned in just in time for that. And as it goes to 6 points.
Wait. Do you think Daisy just got tilted out of everything that was happening, all the chances she had?
Do I think that she got what? I went on tilted.
Tilted, yeah. She.
I don't think she's tilted. I think she's kind of.
You think it's just chess? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Harika is getting more and more confident with every game, and converting her chances, converting.
Yeah, and I think like as you get down to you go to such a big disadvantage. Yeah, sure, it affects you psychologically, and there might be that element, but I think the primary reason was just the chess stuff.
Wow, right. And here we got it in d4 with d5. Haven't we seen something like this already before? I believe, but wasn't it for the knight was on a5? Wasn't it Daisy's knight on a5? I remember this structure. Arena is being
no, I'm thinking about some things and just smiling.
Yeah, Arena is being carried away.
Yeah, no, I like
Dear
it.
chat,
I like
please
to talk
do not distract commentator from his job on commentating the game, even though we've got 6 points difference. But we do believe in Corey, and we do believe in a comeback. I believe in a comeback. Am I an optimist? I mean, what's optimist?
Optimist? Are you
like
the question is, are you a realist?
Am I really? Yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to put it. Yeah. Oh wait, tactic again.
Yeah, knight takes bishop takes knight a2. Or yeah, bishop takes knight a2.
Even better because there's no intermediate bishop at g7.
Harika finds it. I was actually hoping that Harika was white in this game and it was Daisy who found this tactic, but now I see that it's Harika again.
Yeah. Okay, there is a hope for a mate on g7. Why not? One day you will see. You will see me there on g7 staring at you.
I think we're gonna see.
By
this
the way,
bishop
d3. Bishop d3 now. Let's try. Let's give it a try. Bishop d3. I want to do 92. I also like it. Same
Yeah,
idea.
let's trade pieces. I'm okay with that. I think trading is fine.
Actually, here being exchanged down, I still think it's kind of equal. I mean, I see, but obviously, I think it's. You go f6, I see, but one day I'll push g4, g5, and then we'll speak.
I mean, I agree. It's definitely, you know, this bishop is so powerful on the diagonal that there is definite compensation. Although my feeling is like, I got a lot of faith in Harika. I don't know. Maybe it's the score in the match that gives me a lot of faith, but everything has been working out for her, you know?
Yeah.
Now there's even taking the pawn is possible, just going like a4, trading off the pawns. Like, in fact, why not be materialistic?
I like that. So my plan would be to push g4. Oh, now I would. Oh, yeah, you want to b5. Ay. Ooh. Okay, take. Oh, I don't like taking. I don't like opening the file. Bishop b, but yeah, no choice. Bishop b5, now blocking. This is not in white's favor. Whenever your material down, exchange down, you kind of do not want to trade pieces. This is really pity. And there we go. I see yet another smile from Irina.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm smiling a lot.
It's okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good. But, you're expressing your happiness towards our community.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty happy here about Black's position because, you know, this bishop, I got blocked by the pawn. Not much going on there. C4 is a good move. I guess taking. She'll probably take, but C4 is like a solid move. Yeah.
C4, queen D4. I would say.
Yeah, queen D4. I was already like kind of thinking about someday maybe that move. In fact,
watch out that rook on A5.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, you're right. Move the rook, move the other rook, right? Rook A4, rook A2. I mean, once you improve, like that's where I mean, like this move will come into consideration.
How about I push F4? H4. Uh-oh. This is something is wrong about this position. Rook A8, just as you called it. And then what's the idea of H4? Zero understanding of this. How about
it's coming?
It's so I'm desperately trying to help Corey here to
maybe switch places with her, Dina. But I mean, barring that, it's going to be hard for you to help her. Yeah.
And now the bishop on A1 is down. Okay, and there is no perpetual. There is absolutely no I mean, by the way, speaking of that, maybe there is not. Okay, let's calculate. Rook A1, queen G6, king F8, queen H6, king E7, queen G2, king D8, and king is running away.
He runs, yeah.
Oh yeah,
so I want to comment a little bit about, like, now we have a theme in the chat. People are talking about, you know, okay, the score looks big in Harika's favor, and it's looking like, you know, there's a difference in the players. Well, okay, there's certainly a difference in the players' ratings, right, guys? Like, I mean, Harika is a more accomplished chess player, you know, been in the women's top 10 for like a long time, really deep runs in the women's world championship knockouts. I mean, no doubt that she's like a stronger player, but that's actually not, you know, necessarily the reason that we're seeing the score, because if we saw an even bigger gap in the match between Gunina and Pats, and there's no way you could say that there's a big difference between Gunina and Pats. Like, you know, it's very, I mean, might be a difference, but it's fairly small, right? And yet we saw like a crushing victory by Gunina. So a lot of this is really just about how you are as a blitz player, right? What kind of form you're in. We saw that like Daisy was actually keeping the match quite close. But, you know, once Harika made a few adjustments, got better, started to get better openings, I just feel like she came into her own more. And maybe Daisy's also just getting tired. You know, this is a very grueling event. Yeah, and most candidates have definitely said, you know, it's hard to play 3 hours of chess like this, and when it's not going well for you, it tends to just snowball. That's really what it is, right?
Yeah. You know, one thing I do want to point out, it also depends on how did you wake up this day and how did your opponent wake up, especially in blitz. Like, it's also about your state of mind. It's about your moods, basically your moods. In order to perform great in Blitz, you need to be happy, relaxed, chill, enjoying. Whenever there is some kind of a stress or contradiction or frustration, it can all go wrong. And speaking of Elizabeth and Valentina, it's exactly how it works.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, well, playing Gunina can affect anybody's mood, even if they feel pretty good starting out.
Yeah, but when Gunina is not in the right mood, she will lose everything. You see what I mean?
That's true.
And same for Elizabeth. But those girls, it's extremely important for them how happy and confident they are at the day of the match.
And no, I agree. And I feel like yesterday's match, we did definitely see someone. I was impressed by Humpy because I knew that she had that kind of mental fortitude, but I definitely saw that in action yesterday because we saw everything was going against her. She wasn't, really in her finest form. Her time management wasn't good. And she was down 3 points like several times in the match, right? Against, Nana Degnize, didn't get that score by luck, right? So and then for her to come back, I think that was really just mostly mental fortitude that actually fairly few players would have it to the level that Humpy did. So I think we did see a special like a kind of example yesterday.
Yeah, the real example which you need to learn from. Oh no, the evil bar says again that Harika is dominating, and we can see that by that pawn on d4 versus pawn on e7. This is how I would call it. Rook on b8, bishop on c8. That hurts my feelings. a5. Oh,
typical device where you got yourself a past a pawn. And you see the problem, what happens when you get into this big difference in the score and you start kind of, I suppose going on tilt, you can call it like that, is that the flaws in your game come out more. That's actually what's been happening, right? Like she's getting these bad positions from the openings, like making I guess not very good positional decisions, and like all the minuses start coming out more.
Absolutely. Look at this pawn on a6. It's so it's like when you're being tortured, I mean, I hope you don't know the feeling, but it's exactly what's happening, right? It's something inside of your body. I just visited the torture museum in Madrid on the last day with our team, and we saw some of these things, and a6 is what I would call a perfect torture.
Yeah. So beautiful knight on b4 there by Harika, basically an outpost square. I suppose this bishop is not very good, but he protects the pawn, which you have to have. And this bishop is not very good either on a8. So now let's look for the win. So she's coming into c5. Yeah, like a very understandable plan. Another outpost for the knights. She's just jumping around the board looking for those pretty squares.
I love that knight on c5. That would be a dream. Also, the bishop on a8. How can that be how can that thing be called a bishop? One thing I do want to point out once again is that I'm so impressed by how positional Harika is and how beautifully she outplays her opponent. Just makes her how do you say this when you do this to someone and then he can't breathe?
Oh yeah, strangle.
Yeah, you just strangle someone. I just made the noise in order to that as if visual was not enough. But oh wait, what happened to my pawn on a6? Where did my pawn go? Give me back my pawn. What was that?
Well, she's it's funny, I don't love this position as much for white, but I suppose because this bishop is completely dead,
I think it's just exchange.
Yeah, actually,
exchange is just on the spot.
She's probably winning some material, isn't she?
Yeah, so there is a square on b8. How do we take care of that?
Yeah, how do we take care of that? Because she's definitely going to go there.
It's just about the bishop on a8. It's just bishop doesn't exist, right?
Queen f4. I like that move. No. There's no need to push the pawn. Queen f4 is really powerful.
Go out. Don't let that bishop go out.
Queen f4. Let's bring in the queen. Why doesn't she want to put the queen here?
Because she's playing solid positional. She's not in a hurry.
Okay, this is not good.
This might actually be a saver.
Yeah, I mean, she's lost a lot of her advantage. She's played way too
Yeah.
conservatively, like these pawn moves, the bishop move. Like now it's not as bad for Quarry.
Yeah, Harika has been playing, as we say, with a hand only, and now it's solidly equal, more or less. Yeah, still slight advantage on the white side. Once again, because of the very bad bishop on c8, because of very bad
Yeah.
and passive bishop.
But it's like so much more balanced now because, I guess like these bishops are very similar to each other, with a difference being that White's bishop is a bit more active.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, of course, I feel like Harika could have. I mean, it's actually another one of those sad games where she's like completely dominating positionally and just kind of messes it up. But okay, when you're up this much in the match, you can just do that. It's fine.
Yeah, I'd say just another draw is still fine. I mean, as long as like this is gonna be 1+1, the bullet version. It's not gonna be, oh wait, what happened here? What happened? We lost something. Oh wait, how did that happen? Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh, what do we have right now?
Well, we have White winning the king and bishop end game because this horrible bishop is still on the board and this king is simply coming to d4. And all these pawns are fixed on light squares, the worst possible scenario for Black. So of course, no trade, take the pawn. Harika should take the pawn. What?
Oh!
What was that? Harika, come on, Harika.
Misclick?
I mean, that was so bad, Harika.
Harika just did the Rajab of Robert game.
I mean,
Rajab of Robert game. You were happy with the draw. You're satisfied with the draw. Your opponent blunders your piece. You do not take that piece because all you think is the draw is enough.
Yeah, that was such a bad positional mistake by Harika. Like, I mean, when you're like dominating a bishop endgame, you normally don't really want to go into king and pawn endgame. I understand she miscalculated something there. She probably thought like she could get in with her king, but just the whole concept of that, she could have taken a free pawn, and instead she traded down and then realized she couldn't win the king and pawn endgame. That was unfortunate for Harika. So still 7-point lead though.
Yeah, totally agree. And well, 7 points. I was just saying, this is gonna be perhaps the last game of Blitz. We got 2 more minutes remaining on the timer. You see that on the screen. So that being said, our next and final portion is gonna be Bullet. But this Bullet is 1+1. So it's such a low chance Daisy would strike back. I'm asking you, how many games usually do players play in Bullets in the one portion? Like it's like 15 minutes, right, or something?
Yeah, maximum. I mean, I would say
how many games? Like 7?
I would say about 10 games.
10 games. I mean, 10. Wait, what? 10 games? Okay, it's still possible. Like, but
because they're lasting more than 2 minutes sometimes, right? I mean, 10.
True.
Maybe it could be more. I mean, I'm not. It could be 12.
Wait, is it 15 minutes for the last? For the last?
Oh, they're playing 30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes. Yeah, my bad. So 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's still possible. Daisy can do it. She needs to pull her back. I know Irina doesn't believe in Daisy, but I believe in the recovery.
Oh, by the way, Harika went for my plan, as I was pointing out, guys. E6. She blocks that bishop. Good idea. Don't let bishops point at your king. Okay. And then she started fighting in the center with that. So I think this is a very sensible plan. I put my stamp of approval on it, just in case. Yeah, now Black is fine. What's important, guys, remember what I tell you when evaluating a position: no bad pieces, no problems with space, and king safety and pawn structure. That's it. Black has all of those things at a good level, and that's why Black is no worse. I actually like these positions more for Black. I think it's a lot easier to take over, guys, take over the initiative with Black. I love bishops that point at the king like that, long diagonals, compact pawn structure. That this is my type of position for Black for sure.
Yeah, that's a great position indeed. And well, that bishop on, I mean, we could say Black in a way feels uncomfortable with the pawn on g6 and White's bishop on h6, but Black's bishop on f6 is still there. It controls dark squares, and there is no danger coming there. So Black is doing good. Once again, I would point out it's our typical, how they say, our typical Queen's Gambit accepted kind of structure. for black.
Yeah, black just decided to win a pawn. She chased away this bishop, so there wouldn't be bishop d7 here, winning the bishop on f6. And I think that works. I mean, she is just up a pawn. That move, not convincing, but I guess the bishop was hanging, right? So at this point, she's already down 2 pawns. And okay, I don't know if I liked that move. She's probably going to lose that pawn. Not really sure why she did that. I guess bishop b3. But, you know, she's going to take on b2 somewhere. Maybe not right now. Yeah, actually, Harika did not play the best way. She's going to have to settle for being up just 1 pawn. But it's good enough. I mean, she's still comfortable. And rook c8.
Bishop g5. I like that move. I would also consider capturing, though, on g7, because you kind of want to exploit the weaknesses on your opponents. So I actually don't like that move. I made up my mind. I would prefer bishop takes g7.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, black, what's going on with the time? Okay, time is still even, which is good. So how much of a problem is this move? I guess you still have rook c2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to win this pawn, right? So you have those 2 bishops as compensation. You're threatening bishop f4. She actually needs to deal with bishop f4. So Harika, I really didn't like, you know, I have to admit, Dina, I really, really didn't like this move. And the reason is because when you lose the pawn, White's pawns are kind of like together and they get the c file. What I would have done is just like, well, there was no threat. And like, even if White takes back, then their pawns are separated. Their rook is passive. They don't get the open file. You actually could have just done, you know, pretty much anything. Like, okay, maybe some careful move here. I don't know, rook ac8. That's fine, right? Just let them take the pawn and not a problem, because now in our current position, yeah, she just blundered the pin that we talked about, right? So, you know, this is how you don't want things to go as black.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Could the last game of Blitz be a win for Daisy?
I think so. I think it's looking like she is picking up the pawn and ultimately.
Wait, that might be the only win that Daisy has ever done in the Blitz version. They made several draws, and Daisy was at 5, 3.5.
Nice.
Wait,
all right. So I think Harika, Harika is going down here.
Just don't get mated, please. Don't get mated.
She has several moves that she can do.
True. Why is Daisy thinking?
A nice confidence booster. Yeah, Daisy, she really hasn't scored much in the 3-minute. It's been like a real wipeout, actually. This particular portion has been very difficult for her.
Oh no, this is gonna take some time. I mean, winning obviously, but it's gonna take some time.
Yeah, that's right.
We're down for that. We're down for that.
Yeah, Daisy is winning, but she has to get to this pawn, so it's not that hard, really. She's going to go with bishop b5.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, that's the current threat. Okay, king f6.
Wait, what's the plan here, Irina?
Yeah, and I agree with you that it's not so simple.
What's the plan? I'm starting doubting h4. I mean, as usual as that, I kind of, okay, maybe f3 and g4 is your plan. Yeah, f3 and g4, and then you take on h5, and then you go for that pawn. You create.
I agree. Go there, and get the pawn to g5 because the king is too comfortable on f6.
Yeah, exactly. But just don't repeat. Don't repeat 3 times. f3, please. Play f3. Push the f pawn. Push the f pawn. F pawn is coming. F pawn is coming. Irina's like, I'm gonna be silent. I'm just gonna watch and enjoy. Wait. Push the f pawn. It's gonna be. Watch out for 50 moves. No, king f6 and 3 times repetition.
Is it? I don't know. She finally moved a pawn, so I guess it's not.
Ooh, finally.
By the way,
E5 was a mate. Did you see that? E5
I saw that. I just wanted to say it. Yeah.
Oh.
Harika is. She's doing well to actually go up on the clock. Oh, wow. We're going to see that. Wow. We are going to see rook and bishop versus
I think we could feel it. We could feel it. We could feel it was coming. Seriously, I mean,
well, that's going to be exciting, but I don't think Daisy has any chances to really win here.
Yeah, no.
I don't even think it's that easy to win this pawn, to be honest.
Yeah.
And she has low time. And I mean, Harika has played this masterfully.
Wow.
You know, she has more time than when we started playing this end game. So think about that. She's kept her time stable. She's run down Corey by about 10 seconds. And yeah,
Corey just said I'm gonna make a draw. No way. I think this is a knockout. I think this is psychological knockout. Not having won such a game with an extra bishop. First of all,
Dina, don't give up. Don't give up, right?
Okay, now we change the rules. I like that. I like the vibe. Okay. No. Don't give up, like the best songs of the world. That's about time to get our second and last break before the final portion of 1+1. 3 minutes, and then we're back. I'm so excited.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. We're following the match between Harika Dronavali of India and Corey Daisy from Peru. And well, it's been Harika's show so far. We have to admit, Dina, she has really showed her prowess in the 3-minute portion, and Daisy has her work cut out for her as we go into the bullet.
Absolutely. I mean, Harika literally stole the show from all of us. When we were in the first portion, 5+1, it was super tense. We were saying this would be one of the tensest match of all. But now heading into 3+1, gosh, it has been an absolute dominance. It's just been a how do you call it? A hunt.
Let's take a look at the Smarter Chess stats by chessgoals.com and see what are they predicting for this match. What can we expect in the bullet? So far, they did really well. Well, actually, they did really well at predicting the 5-minute, but you see, the 3-minute was predicted as just 5.5, 4.5, and Harika just, amassed a huge number of points in that. It wasn't even close. It might have been like 7-1 or something in that portion. I kind of lost track.
Absolute destroy. And I think the final punch and the final blow was the last game where, like, being a piece down, Harika managed to save the game. And now looking at 1+1 prediction here, stats, it says 5-5 should be the score.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say so if there was no psychological factor of all that happened right before. Now I think that's for Corey, it's going to be very hard to get back, but it's a very good psychological exercise to see.
Yeah, I mean, at least in bullet, you really don't have to think, right? So I think that's fine.
Just move the mouse.
And I mean, I think she knows that this match is very difficult to come back in. I mean, she has to get a huge number of points now. She has to basically win all her games. I guess it's doable. She should get on with it. And right now we got what are they starting? Harika is playing white. And
I would even add, like, it's like you don't have anything to lose anymore, so you can just go and fight and just enjoy and have fun.
Yeah, Harika, okay, E3, nice positional move. She has a bigger center again, and I guess Daisy was trying some type of a Grunfeld. Oh, C5, does it win the game? Does it win the knight? I think it does. I think C5.
So fast, so early.
Ooh, not this passive move, not this passive move. I think C5 was super powerful. It'd be very hard to keep the queen on the knight.
Okay, knight 91.
Yeah, lots of ideas there, but Harika went for like a pretty passive move, 91. And A3, I mean, doesn't it just win, or is there A3, knight D5? I guess it still doesn't win. What? Oh, wait, no, knight D5, I would just take it because my knight protects the queen.
What is going on in this game?
Well, she just gave up a piece, so for no particular reason. And I guess Harika will amass another win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about psychology. Here, it's not about chess. It's all about psychology. And, it's super hard to put yourself back together. Why you want? No way. No, this is not how we want it. Okay, go. Daisy, you can do it.
By the way, Harika, she plays a lot online. I've seen that this year she's been playing Title Tuesdays, the chess.com Rapid Championship. And yeah, she's definitely quite committed, I would say, in her online play, getting some practice. And I guess she hasn't really had a chance to play much over the board this year.
Because of and the previous year and the year before.
Yeah, I mean, also like she's pregnant, so she's probably not really wanting to travel so much and just focusing more on online play. But yeah, I mean, you can see that obviously hasn't affected her in this match at all. She's just showing her usual high level.
I would not be surprised if Harika wins the whole thing, the whole Women's Speed Chess Championship. I would actually be very, very pleased by that. H3 just happened on the board. Okay, for now, the position is equal. Now, Daisy has white pieces in this game and seem to have a nice backward pawn. I'm saying nice, obviously, in a sarcastic way because it's not nice at all. Okay. I mean, it's the point. It's the turning point where Daisy really needs to find that motivation. It's also about motivation, Irina.
Are we having the final of the I Am Not a GM today? Dina, do you know that? It is actually right after this match, guys. So good news for you. It is going to be James Canty versus Eric Rosen. I'm sure you've been looking forward to this, guys. So you got that coming up. What a treat.
I am so much looking forward to that. You know, all that chase of Levy becoming a GM one day and Hikaru saying he will not. I am so much looking forward to every single time where Levy is competing.
But it's not Levy. It's Eric Rosen.
Sorry.
You're thinking Levy Rosman, and I'm saying Eric Rosen. Yeah.
Levy will be commentating, so that makes perfect sense. I mean, so Levy. Okay, now let's make it this whole story up. One super cool guy is gonna play, and another super cool guy is gonna commentate, and then there is the third super cool guy who's gonna play, and the fourth super cool guy that's gonna commentate. So the moral of the story, you don't want to miss this match.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, Dina, like, okay, this rook was trapped on a4, and it was trapped very nicely. I kind of wonder, was there anything we could have done to like not let this move happen? That was kind of a good question. I mean, is G5 worth it? But I mean, it's still sort of, that's the key point, is to stop this move, which somehow she didn't stop. And, that definitely helps white out. It helps them release their rook. I mean, their position is still not great, but at least it's not completely losing, right? I mean,
G5 was a nice call.
Why did she just give up a pawn? What
to activate the king.
No, that's not it. I don't even know. I think she just messed up. I mean, there's no way.
Activate the king.
Yeah, there's no way she did that on purpose. Like, she's just down a pawn. I don't know what that was. By Harika, she can lose this actually.
Oh wait, this is the actual position, right?
Yeah, this is the actual. Wow. The actual position is right here. Oh wow. Okay, now.
Oh, the king coming to it. No, king. Wait, this is a draw.
Still like a draw. Yeah.
Just don't lose on time. Don't lose on time. Okay.
Yeah, she's doing a perpetual.
Yeah, perpetual. This is draw. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're having yet another knight f3 move number 1. D6 from Harika. G6 from Harika. Wait, are they like changing roles?
Well, Harika is white. And
no. Wait, Harika is black. Oh, okay. Now Harika is white. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry.
But they both actually have been playing this stuff for black. So Irina, what is your opinion about this year's candidates? Did you like it? I did, and I especially liked commentating on it on Hikaru's channel. I did a lot of commentating in the first half, and I really enjoyed it. It was great to kind of interact with his audience. I guess a lot of you guys must also be followers of Hikaru's channel. I really enjoyed being there and like rooting him on. I thought it was just a great event, right? It was very exciting, a nice mix of players. It did lack a little bit of suspense in the sense that like Nepo's tournaments was very smooth for him. He survived, a couple of dangerous moments, but I think that it was quite
Hikaru himself.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite clear at some point that he was like the anointed one, right? Because when you survive this tournament, don't even lose a game, right? Like, it means like, okay, you were predestined to win. Because normally to win a tournament like that, you got to suffer a blow somewhere along the way. You get hit in the face somewhere, right? And it never happened to him. So of course it was, the real suspense was more like who's going to get second, right? And that was a very interesting battle too, which we saw actually turned upside down on the last day. I also want to point out, like someone like Rajabov, right? He, started out quite badly in the tournament. It seems like just wasn't going anywhere for him. He wound up finishing, tied for third with Hikaru, which I think is a really successful result. I think he could have good feelings about his play.
I'm sure he does have good feelings, and even like tie for third, and even finishing third by tie breaks. I mean, Hikaru on fourth. This is a super impressive result.
Yeah, I'm like, there we go, looking for emojis in the chat. Wait, hold on, Dina.
Speaking of emojis, what is going on with this position with the eval bar? Look, it's already on A7. The eval bar is on A7. Oh, it's getting to A8. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? Oh, now pawns are not going backwards. Does the eval bar know that?
Okay, is
very funny joke
Harika,
that
how
she
is she
didn't
doing?
hear.
Well, her bishop is pretty bad, but why is she still winning? I guess because she just won that really important pawn. And she's up a lot on the clock. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't even really need to try now, but she should. Yeah, and there she goes. She is a good sportsman. She is trying to bring
Yeah,
us some action anyway. Although I
we
really hate
want
this
that.
bishop on h2.
We really want that action. Bishop to g1, attacking the knight. Bishop d4, check.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I mean, the technique wasn't so great here, honestly, for whites, but you know.
You didn't approve.
Yeah,
Bishop
but,
to a7, maybe somewhere.
But yeah,
h4.
it's enough for her in this. I like the idea of bringing up the king. Can she just do that, please?
Bishop c5 was missed. Rook b4, bishop c5 was missed.
She could have won a rook, huh?
Wow. That was a very
there you go. Now my favorite thing will happen, which is that king improvement.
There is this rook, yeah, trying to block you, but you can still bring your king because we don't care about that pawn.
Yeah, she's just fine with a draw. She just doesn't. I mean, there's just.
I think this is winning. I mean, this could be winning.
You think she's still gonna win?
No.
Now it's not.
Of course not. No, I was joking, but yeah, enough. More than enough. We got 20 more minutes of bullet Persian. Daisy really needs to pull herself together and to fight back, to strike back, because this is now or never. Otherwise, the match will be lost. But it's not over yet. It's 14-6. It's 8-point difference. It's gonna remain 8-point difference after this game because this game will finish in a draw. And then Daisy really needs to make that inspirational blow just to show the world that she's a fighter the way she is.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to get a win. I'm sure there's a decent chance she's going to get a win in this portion. So yeah, to go back to this candidates tournament for a second, I think, you know, the critical point was really that game Hikaru Nepo. It's funny how one game, like, you know, it's basically the turning point, right? Like if Hikaru could have landed that blow in a winning position, that tournament would have, I think, I mean, it just would have been completely different, you know, and I mean, that was kind of what I mean when I say the anointed one, that like no one could land a blow against him, even in like really bad positions, even when he completely messed up the opening against Naka, had just the most disgusting position, even that he saved. And not only he saved it, like he almost was never made to truly suffer. Like, right, his opponents had to play like, you know, 6-7 hour games. His games were generally not that long. Some of his opponents played their worst games against him. He even had the good luck of like Furuzia staying up all night playing bullet before his game with him. Like, oh, you know, that's like really quite lucky, right? I mean, because Furuzia is like the same guy who later on beat Caruana in the last round, but against him, he's like playing blitz till 5 a.m., right? So, I mean, certainly everything was working out in Nepo's favor. But you know, I mean, it's great. I mean, I feel like he deserves some consolation right after that tough match against Magnus. It's nice to see him come back stronger.
Yeah, just as he said on the closing ceremony, Vishy is his inspiration. He repeated Vishy's path, and that's in fact a really impressive. And I think honestly there were so many turning points in that candidates tournament. Like even take the Rapport versus Nepo game, where like Nepo was leading only half a point, so Fabi was just behind him, super motivated, and then Rapport just gives away the point. Everybody is like, I don't want to do it, like, but no, Rook this time, but it wasn't nice. It wasn't nice. I mean, the previous game finished in a draw. That was opposite colored bishop end game. Now we have another game, and look at Daisy. She's having a very big advantage here.
Yeah, she's got a beautiful knight. It's kind of hard for Hikaru. I was going to say neutralize it. For Hikaru to neutralize it.
For Hikarika. I mean, Karina, I mean, you can do it. I know by experience that you really need to be careful in making irony around Hikaru. But I guess you can afford it yourself. I won't support you in this because it can backfire. But
is everyone going to go after me, Dina? Is that how it works?
I don't think after you've done an amazing work during the whole event commentating Hikaru's channel, so you have a green light. I don't, so that's why let's stick to the commentary of this game and calling Harika by Harika. Yeah,
no, but it was just like a total lapse by accident. It was just funny, right? Because earlier we We talked about how you can combine those names. And well, by the way, I mean, Harika is down a piece here. So I think this is a perfect opportunity for Daisy to take a game. I mean, she's got an ideal position, extra piece, strong knight. And yeah, Harika never did manage to escape.
Yeah, and I really love this knight on d6. It's so cool. I say, like, one can think like, wait, what, there is knight d5? But no, there is bishop f1, bishop c4, and knight is not coming to d5. Wait, are we wait, are we a piece up? Okay, never mind. I mean, we just said it already. I'm like, wait, what? It's an extra piece. Now it makes sense why knight d5 there is bishop c4, because there is an extra bishop on the position. Knight f5. Ooh, what a sneaky fork. GG's. Well done. There we go. 7 points to strike back. 16 minutes. It's possible. It is possible.
Is it possible?
Mathematically speaking, it is possible.
Yeah, that's right. If Harika resigns all her games immediately, it's possible.
It is possible. I'm telling you, it's possible. I believe.
Okay. I don't want to spoil your hopes, Dina.
Don't do that.
Let's root Daisy on. Sure, of course. We want this match to get a little more suspenseful. Maybe she can land some blows.
Imagine the candidates and Harika is like Nepo running away. You want to stop her.
What are you saying?
Imagine it's the candidates and Harika is running away. You want to stop her.
Yeah. So they got, like, right now, Daisy has a comfortable position again.
Yeah, bishop c5, bishop a3, takes.
Rook e3 now, I suppose. Yeah, black is like super comfortable. Like, Harika's played this rather passively. I mean, this queen is just superior to that queen. And
I love the idea of g4 and knight f5. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I love it too for black, because then I'm going to go and put a knight here.
Bad answer. Okay.
I know. But the thing is, well, what's a realistic plan here? I mean, like c3, yeah, okay, this is
like
good.
It. C3, yeah, it's nice. Queen c2, rook e2.
Yeah, now she's going to go bishop here. Well, she needs to stop rook
e2. Rook e2 is important, yeah. Rook e2 is super important. Wait, why? Rook e1? But why letting black come to d2?
Maybe take an h4. Yeah, okay.
All right. Take an h4.
Now what to do? I mean, actually, rook e2, I think.
It's interesting how white is still better, regardless of the activity of black on the d file.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like white's better. It feels like black is better.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly, that's my point. So it's okay. Now it kind of things coming down a little bit, saying it's equal. But white has an only open file in their possession. This must be a big thing.
Yeah.
f6, bringing the king, also transferring the bishop to f7. I like that. No, but come on, white position is just getting worse and worse. f4. Ooh. Knight e6, e takes f5. Oh, wait, sorry. F takes e5, f takes, knight f5, knight e5.
So she's never really managed to improve this bishop, although maybe finally this bishop will come out, or maybe even f1 to c4. This is actually a really nice maneuver that she could have done, but she didn't.
Yeah, nice call. I like
now. Rook f2, yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I like that. And
bishop f1, let's go. Improve the piece, just improve it. Nope. Okay, but this is good too. This is a good improvement.
Okay, well, how about we just push the pawns, like h5. I mean, be careful not to give f4, but if we could like transfer the bishop to e2 and then h5, I mean, and then give g5, so quite a bad idea. Don't listen to me. I'm just trying to brainstorm.
She finally got her bishop on the diagonal. It helps.
Yes, as you wanted it. You see, someone is going to c4 after all, and not just with empty hands either.
Yeah, and now she traps the bishop. She makes it trade. Now white's position is getting better. Now she's going to attack on the G file.
I'd say absolutely winning.
Wow.
Bishop e6. I love that. Wait. Oh, knight h5.
Wait. How is white supposed to win this? There was something where white was winning.
Yeah.
I always wish I could just freeze things and like find those wins, but we never have the time.
We cannot. Oh, rook d5. Oh, rook d5. Nice tactic. Ooh.
But white is still taking this pawn, and white is fine.
And f6 is coming.
Ooh.
It doesn't give anything, but rook takes g7 and d6. Wait, you should have taken the d pawn. Oh no! All right, and that's a queen, and that's a win, and that's a win for Harika, which hasn't yet come, but that's gonna come. And rook a5, perfect. And like this, you attack these things and you take them and then neutralize. Oy. Painful, isn't it? And that is a 15.
Yeah, Harika. Well, she's not going to win as big as Gunina won against Pats, but she's certainly having a very convincing match. And again, they're in this line, the symmetrical Grunfeld. Knight e5, knight e4. And what are we supposed to do here? I never really understood. Okay. Bishop f5.
Interesting.
Okay, so I mean, now you got to trade, right? I mean, because your d4 pawn is hanging, or you got some other ideas. Okay.
Queen takes d5. Look at this. Taking the central pawn.
Is it any good? I don't know. Like I take on c3. And then
queen d8.
Hang.
No,
take, like,
protected.
Yeah, black looks fine because.
Yeah, black looks totally fine. Black looks totally fine.
After the whole liquidation, black is just getting the c3 pawn, and it's just going to be an equal position.
Absolutely agree. Bishop h6, attacking the rook. Now rook d. I'd say even black is better. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, soon to be disappeared c3 weakness versus b7, not a weakness. e4. Oh, b7 is also a weakness, obviously. But bishop h3, rook c1. I see the desperate look in Irina's eyes.
Oh, yeah. I know. I'm just reading the chat, guys.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
It's the modern thing to do, Dina. You got to read the chat and interact with the audience.
You got to do it with the chat. You can't do it without it.
I enjoyed that part, though. You know, I really enjoy interacting with the audience and all the banter, guys, all your questions. So yeah.
So when will you see Streaming Title Tuesday from your channel?
I know, right? Like when, I mean, I heard there was, I saw there was going to be a petition to get me to like stream weekly, and I really need to do that.
Weekly is nothing. Daily,
right? Daily, right? Then but the thing is, like, I actually have work I do, you know, so I have to combine that. Like,
well, that is going to be your new work.
Yeah, my new work. Well,
yeah, just like we all do.
Yeah.
Professional Twitch streamer, Arena Crash.
Yeah. Now, does that bring in millions?
I even found this logo for you. Professional chess streamer, Arena Crash is gonna crash. She already crashed the chess world. She's gonna crash the Twitch world. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, I do want to get into something like that, and you know, just because I do a lot of private teaching. And I think that's nice work.
Wait, what? Like what? Wait, what happened in that game? Sorry, Irina. What happened in that?
Someone won, Dina.
Yeah, but was that what flagging? How could it was equal? How could black win? Oh, wait. We need to bring that previous game. What happened there? Can't we're for sure we'll have a look. Okay.
Hey, look, there's a free pawn. Don't worry about it, Dina. Just don't worry about it. White already has an extra pawn here.
I mean, sure. I mean, 16.5 to 7.5.
Hikaru won that last one.
Yeah, Hikaru won that last one, exactly. Now we see. Ooh, things are getting painful here.
Well, what I was saying, you know, Dina, okay, white has an extra pawn. I mean, how big of an edge is it? I mean, I guess it is just a free extra pawn. There's no pawns in the center, so you can't really feel it that much yet, but
for sure.
But white is definitely better.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pawn. It's also development. Look at the bishop on c8. It cannot go out. It is not developed. There is the b7 pawn that is a weakness that needs to be defended.
Oh no! Can I just say, oh no, when I see that move? No, please don't do this to yourself, Daisy.
You can say, oh no, my king. And then shout out to every.
I'll be honest with you, there wasn't much she could do because I mean her queen. True. I guess I would have probably tried that. It's so ugly though. I mean, F5,
Yeah.
of course, you're just kind of like, you're going to lose in a couple of moves, but I've noticed that Daisy has this kind of issue with the queen getting stuck on the sides of the board in this match, right? And it has been a recurring theme. Of course, the queen is a very powerful piece, guys, and it likes to work from the center generally, right? So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's actually a very good call of yours. It has indeed been a theme that Daisy's queen has been stuck over and over again on that side of the board. It's kind of like you could even make the collection of those games by this match and summarize the match this way. It's striking how they say it's striking. No, it's
yeah, striking. Mm-hmm.
It's
noticeable, revelatory, yeah, revealing,
yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and white one. Oh my lands.
Yeah. Well, they were laughing
Harika
because I said someone won, but okay, guys, I can make it more precise. I can close my eyes and at the end of the game say Harika won. I think it'll work pretty well. I probably won't get that one wrong.
You cannot do that. You have to believe in Daisy. You have to believe in her. This is how it goes. You're not You are. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see.
Exactly.
So, well, I would say Daisy has a nice position at the moment, right? A little bit of a space advantage, pawn E3, I guess.
I mean, I will repeat it once again. It's about psychology. It's just there has been this moment in the match, definitely in 3+1 version, where Daisy has not converted several chances of hers, did not get the most objective result out of the position, and then she just she collapsed psychologically. This is how I would describe it. And this is a very common thing in chess. Many people think chess is so taking time, and so people are thinking, no, chess is emotions everywhere. And if you do not, one thing is controlling emotions, but another thing is being in the zone. If you're not in the zone, if you're getting tilted, then you just cannot perform on the level that you deserve to perform. How about, no, it doesn't work, 91. I mean, I'm sure that every one of us, starting with Irina, has been in a situation of the tournament there. They have lost several games in a row, and yet they managed to strike back. They managed to find back the courage. I know so many examples of Gurina starting a Russian super final with 0 out of 2 and then winning the whole thing. And
why is Black winning here? Wait. Why is Black winning here, Dina? Well, no, there was something here. Hold on. We're just going to find the win. I'm not going anywhere.
A3 pawn.
What is it?
A3 pawn.
That's it? No, but there must be, no, there's something bigger than that for this huge evaluation. There's no way.
You can take on C1, play queen B2.
Maybe that. But this feels so strange that such a big evaluation. I mean, why? There's things that look wrong with Black's position too, right?
Yeah, I would say it's just everywhere a big evaluation. If you continue with the game, well, okay, now it's.
Do you think it's all about that pawn? Yeah, that the pawn is just always a target.
I mean, it's just, you don't need anything tactical here to see how great it is. I mean, now it's kind of equal.
I mean, you're not going to have an easy time moving the A pawn.
Yeah, knight b5 and knight c3.
Is Harika going to make some nasty fork here to the white pieces?
I think, that could be her style. For sure.
What's going on? She decides to just, she does take the pawn after all.
How about knight e3 pairing knight f5?
Actually kind of worse, isn't she? I mean...
Yeah, Black is worse. I mean, no, wait, who's worse? Black is worse.
Who's worse? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Someone's worse. You can't get it wrong, Dina.
Black is worse. Yeah, I agree.
I was thinking that white is worse, actually, but
wait, what about
Rook A2? Not anymore.
Rook A2, yeah.
She's threatening perpetual or something, or some kind. I think he's running away this way.
Oh, take the pawn on it.
No,
party time.
Yeah, there's the check, king c6. Oh, it's a lot of pawns. Wait, wait. Was
there was a mate?
Was there a mate?
I guess so. I'd get now that
now Black might Harika is now Harika is doing. She's the one who's
great
she's winning again. She's
wait, Harika is with Black.
No, I'll tell you. I'm gonna make. Oh, okay. It's still a draw.
No way. How? Oh, you.
Yeah, she has to do the front checks, but I'm not sure if she's gonna. Yeah, she's not gonna find this because I actually remember Daisy's rook endgame play in one World Blitz Championship, so I kind of knew she would have a hard time.
But you know that that rook front attack usually works when your rook is on the first rank and on the second, but apparently that position was also working. That's brilliant. And that was yet another win by Harika, and she's dominating the match with 18.5 versus 7.5. An absolute destroyment by Harika, and this is so painful to see it, but I am sure that Daisy will make right conclusions out of this match and will not let it happen ever again.
Yeah. All right. So Harika, 2 bishops advantage in this position. Nice position again. She's preparing f4. She'll open up that bishop. Okay, a4 was a bit of a weird move, but sure, she wants more space on the queen side.
One thing I do have to say is that I believe we all have been so many times in the cases, in the situations like Daisy is right now, and I would even bet my money on the fact that Harika has been herself in the situations like this. I once again do not believe anymore it's about chess. Daisy is, we've seen that in the first big start of the match. Daisy is able to put a very big fight to Harika, and she has been doing it in the first beginning of the match, but not later. So it's about psychology.
Yeah, guys, by the way, we are not actually planning an interview. So just not to get your hopes up, but I guess it must be late in India. It's actually, quite late. So probably time for Harika to go and get some rest. Usually we do interviews with the winners, but this one must be like 1 a.m. already in India. So hopefully you guys will be understanding. I personally would have loved to talk to Harika and just see how she's doing. And after the successful match in this position, by the way, she has 2 rooks for a queen. We have this imbalance. I suppose knight d5. Well, don't hang the rook, but like knight d5 sometime soon, maybe f4.
Queen d2, attacking both pieces. And now,
fortunately, she has a save.
Yes, but now there is
10 p.m. Only 10 p.m. in India. Okay, well, some people go to bed at 10 p.m. So anyway, guys, we're not gonna have the Harika interview. Just letting you know. But we still got how much of this match? It's actually pretty much over, isn't it?
It's over. It is over. You're right, Irina. It's like we see on this screen the timer says 00.00, and that means that it's the last game. And
who's going to take this one, guys? Is it going to be the 2 rooks or the queen? I honestly don't know, but that pawn, it can be captured.
King
Knight
h6.
f6. Is it going to be a draw, guys?
No.
It's going to be kind of like nice
King h6.
way to end.
Exactly. King h6.
Daisy's trying to win. But
she's right.
She is going to win. Wait, what? Wait,
mate it too. Made it. No, there was no mate because the king would.
Wait, hold on. Did she have
Queen c2 mate? Come on, mate. Yeah. Wait. Everybody.
Hold on.
Please relax. Queen.
She is gonna mate, right? Okay, she's getting mated. I wanted to see that game for 1 second. 1 second. What in the world was happening right here? It says there was some way for her to play. So that must have been like rook here. No, it wasn't that. So what could it have been? Because she's threatening mate. Huh.
Maybe, yeah.
What was it? Because I mean, knight there, just king there, and you have no more checks. So that was kind of over, right? And
something that's beyond your force.
Wait, hold on. So like rook here, rook there.
You can, I'll tell you.
There is something there? Wait, hold on. There really is a way out of this for white?
A way out of this. Rook e1, rook takes e1.
Oh,
this is
okay.
Thank you, Stockfish15. A very nice feature by chess.com. If you guys want to analyze your games or improve your performance, you should start by analyzing your own games with the engine. That's how we do in modern chess. So
didn't see that rook moves backwards. I was like trying to see if we can hunt the king, but so look at that. So Daisy Corey, look, a little bit of consolation for her. She won the last round of the match, which I definitely think is a nice feeling to finish on a win. So, you know, good job by her for fighting back. Certainly was a very nice match by Harika. Yeah, what can I say? The score speaks for itself, doesn't it, Dina?
Unfortunately, it does. But once again, by concluding this match, I want to say that the gap between these two players was way lower than the actual score we see, and I do believe that it's an unfortunate sequence of games of painful losses from which Daisy did not manage to cover. But that's what experience is about. This is why Harika is a GM, because she has this experience and she knows how to recover from painful games and just go on. And you know, whenever you play any tournament, every single new game is like a new tournament. This is the philosophy you should approach it, and it actually helps.
Let me tell you, guys, a little bit about the standings. What do we have going on in the tournament? So Harika is going to be playing against her compatriot, Vaishali, in the next round, which is an interesting matchup, right? As Vaishali's like young and up and coming player. I'm sure they're going to be teammates in the Olympiad team. And they're slated to play next. I mean, those matches, we're going to have a lot of matches probably happening before the Olympiad over the next couple of weeks, because this event is supposed to finish before the Olympiad begins.
Absolutely.
So that means, you know, you might be seeing more of us in the next few weeks, guys. We also have a match tomorrow, and that is the match between Polina Shuvalova from Russia and Tan Zhangyi from China. This is a very interesting matchup, right? China, Russia, and two countries that are actually not playing in the Olympiads. Look at that.
Oh yeah, very commonality.
And Tan Zhangyi, very strong player. You guys might not be super familiar with her, but she played
former world champion.
Yeah, she did win the women's knockout, and she played she played a world championship match against Zhu Wenjun in China, which she lost. She is I think this match is between two very solid over 2,500 rated players, and will be very close.
Absolutely.
We'll see who's better, James Cansey or Tan Zhangyi by proxy, right? You know. But yeah, thank you guys. User says, can I commentate I am not a GM? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I think I'm not slated to do that. But you guys will have some great commentary by Levy Rosman for that event, which is coming up literally right now, guys. Chess.com is bringing you so many exciting events, right, Dina?
Absolutely. And even many more exciting to come, including Blitz Champs, by the way, and so much more. And well, that has been an absolute honor and privilege to be there with you for a day. Me, my boy Fabi, and Irina. That was a blast. Had an amazing.
We had a lot of fun, Dina. Yeah, like we always do.
We unfortunately Daisy did not have that fun as we did, but yeah, that was Fabi. Thanks to our producers and Irina. That was a pleasure.
Thank you, Gina.
I'm looking forward to commentate with you more in the future. And as far as for now, let me wish everybody a great end of their day, and see you guys very soon.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get it back. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope that we can get things in order soon. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll stick with us and be patient as we work to return. This video will now play on loop.